Okay, make sure you guys drop a like on the stream and put a 7 in the chat if you can hear me. We're just going to wait a minute to get some more people in here. In the meantime, I'm going to share the stream to get more people. Make sure you guys drop a like and share it as well, because we're going to be exposing a lot of things today. Okay, so in this live stream, I will be exposing Charlie Kirk and his scripted death. And I'm also going to be exposing all of his characters, including his base character, the other character that he has that's alive, and 3 Death Faker characters. So for some reason, there's 4 Death Faker characters in this entire group, and we're going to be getting into that. Every time they kill off a character, it's always because another character, like whenever they have a big Death Faker character, there's usually a base character that also faked their death, and that's what we see here. You're gonna see that this group of characters likes to fake their death, and this is why it's important to know their other characters, because you won't be shocked when they die. Okay, so everybody's in here. Alright, so if you guys watched our recent live stream on Divine Sade's channel, you guys already know that we've exposed this character for being Sam Smith. And I recommend you guys watch that live stream as well, because there's going to be more. She pointed out more scripting that I won't be pointing out in this video.
And I also pointed out how this entire event is damage control to Patreon videos that I recently made.
And speaking of Patreon, make sure you guys join the Patreon. The link's in the description below. I will be talking about the damage control that was done as well. So first, let's start from the very beginning. So we're going to start from their base character, and we're going to go all the way down to their youngest character. So as you guys can see by this side-by-side comparison, it's very obvious that Sam Smith's base character is George Michael. If you guys watched my video on Mac Miller being Sam Smith and the newer one that I made about him being Angus Cloud, then you guys already know this. And Divine Sade also has a video about this as well. But I'm going to bring him up because if Charlie Kirk is Sam Smith, that means both of them share the same base character. So that's why Charlie Kirk also resembles George Michael a lot, just like Sam Smith. So that's all they're doing. They're recycling the image of George Michael into Sam Smith, and then they did it again with Charlie Kirk. They even share the same gematria. Both of their first names are George and Charlie, and they both equal 27 in the same cipher. And Charlie Kirk's real name is Charles James Kirk. And keep in mind, like, remember his middle name, James, because we're going to bring that up later. So George Michael even matches to Charlie James Kirk with 72 in the same cipher. And death fakers are usually connected to 72 and 27 because 7 plus 2 is 9. And that's why they made the 27 Club. So now we get to Sam Smith. So these two characters are only like a year or two apart. because Sam Smith is 33 right now, and Divine Sade talked about that in her live stream.
Anytime a character is 33 years old, their other character is going to be trending. It's a constant pattern that I've picked up and noticed. And the last time that this was mentioned was in the other live stream on my channel, which is about Lil Nas X and the entire humiliation ritual they did there. So I pointed out this detail in my live stream that Sam Smith is 33 and this entire event is happening with a character that looks like a deformed version of him.
Yeah. And we're going to get to that later on in the stream, because there is some very funny pictures that I found of Charlie Kirk that show he's not human, because they are artificial humans. That's why they resemble us, but if you look closely, you'll notice that they don't look like real people.
So many flaws.
By the way, don't mind all the trolls in the chat right now. There's so many NPCs. Every time there's a death faker that the media is pushing, NPCs flock to it and defend it. So don't mind them.
Especially because this is an event that is involving politics. So for some reason, people are madly
invested.
Exactly.
They invest all of their energy into it.
Exactly. So this is just a topic that's going to attract so many NPCs and bots that are just going to hate and defend a character that they don't even know. I see the comments, and you guys are effing idiots, okay? I see the comments.
There's so many people defending this guy that they never even heard of, and even if you did hear of him before,
you don't know him.
You don't know him personally. You don't know if he's even a real person.
From the last live stream, so many people are in my comment section arguing with me saying, oh, I've heard of him. Yeah, you heard of him, but you don't know him. I said, you guys don't even know this character. And y'all are defending him like he's a real person. I see people donating to this.
It's really sad how people will donate to a celebrity that's not even real and that already has a lot of money, but they won't support a real person that's actually trying to do something.
Exactly.
So this is why the system is the way it is, because of the free will of people. They choose to support something fake rather than something real.
Exactly.
And that's why real people should support real people and stop supporting fake people. So don't listen to their music, don't watch their shows, none of that. Don't
and stop
donate.
Donating. I don't understand. People are donating to a dead character. Where is that going?
That's the worst, when you put your money into something. Because money and attention is energy. So by you watching, these live streams and donating to him, because for some reason he's been going live on his channel ever since he died every day, and people have been donating like crazy, giving up their energy to someone that doesn't even exist.
Exactly.
So they're fueling this character to even exist.
He's bigger in death than in life.
Exactly.
And let's just all be honest, because so many of you guys get in my comment section talking about, oh, I've been knew him, but that does not debunk the fact that he's bigger in death than he was in his fake little life.
Yeah, because I bet 99% of you in here have never even heard of him until September 10th, which was the day that he died. And if you did, you didn't even care about him. And now they're getting you to care by pushing this everywhere.
That shows you're an NPC or a bot, because you let the media dictate what's important to you.
Exactly. When we saw this, we didn't even care to expose him because we thought that it didn't even matter.
But then here comes all the NPCs in our comment section. Dude, Charlie.
His name has lie in it.
Exactly.
Char-lie. I mean, it's in plain sight. I forgot to mention it when I was showing this, but as you can see, the word lie is in there. They do this stuff on purpose. So here are some younger photos of Charlie Kirk on the left, and I noticed he has a very similar smile to Sam Smith, and they have a similar hairline as well. And even though they've edited Sam Smith over the years, we're going to talk about that later, he looks like a goofball nowadays. They always edit them over the years, especially when they're going to bring a new character up. They try to change the image. But even with them changing the image, they can never change certain features that they have the same, like the smile. And of course, they also match up in gematria. So Charlie's real name is Charles, and Charles matches to Sam Smith with the number 30 in the same cipher. And here's another really good comparison. Me and Divine Sade have a big gift for this. We don't do any research or nothing. We seen that this guy died, and we both instantly noticed that he was Sam Smith. And when you can intuitively notice that, that's when you know it's real. And a lot of people get shocked and ask us, how did you find this or whatever. It doesn't take that much
thought. It's a feeling, it's a knowing, but it's a spiritual gift, and so many people don't have it, so you gotta rely on the app.
Yeah, there's people that rely on AI generators and stuff like that, but when you have a gift, and when basically all you need to do is have consciousness. NPCs can't see this stuff because they have no form of consciousness.
Like I said before, they can do the slightest detail and they'll be like, oh, that's a completely different person. So because Sam Smith is a liberal based type of character, which is the opposite of what Charlie is, this is a whole nother connection that I just came up with off the top of my head.
That's true.
Charlie is a Republican. They're anti all the stuff that Sam Smith is. See how they do the opposite of the characters? So that knowledge right there, okay? A bot will be like, they're a different character.
Yeah, they're a different person. They're not the same. And we're going to get into that because people need to realize that all they do is change little bits of features and mix them with other characters to throw you off. So that's why, if you guys see the thumbnail and title of this stream, you can see that we're going to get into his other character that he's mixed with. So before we get into that, well, actually, that's next. So as you can see, they look exactly alike in these comparisons, right? They look like super identical, but there's only small differences. Like Sam Smith's eyes are slightly more wider from each other, like further apart from each other, while Charlie's are closer together. You know, they do these slight changes to throw you off. And when you look at this younger photo of Charlie Kirk, you can really see the resemblance of Seth MacFarlane. And this is what they did. All they did was mix George Michael, which is the base character, with Seth MacFarlane, and you make Charlie Kirk. Now, obviously, they mix other people in there as well, and Divine Sade mentioned another one in her video. But when you notice that all they have to do is mix them with different people, you'll notice this is why they look like other people also. And keep in mind, Charlie Kirk is mixed with so many different characters. These are just two of the main ones I wanted to show, but they mix them with a lot. But the main one was George Michael, and this is why him and Sam Smith look alike. They share one of the same base characters. So here are some more comparisons of Charlie Kirk and Seth. I noticed they have the same smile as well. And when he was younger, he looked the most like Seth. I noticed as he got older, he started to look more like George Michael and Sam Smith. And Seth MacFarlane is the producer of Family Guy. And as you can see, Family Guy matches to Charlie because Charlie is based off of Seth, and he made Family Guy. Family Guy equals 43, just like Charlie, in the same cipher. And the funny thing about this is Charlie is a family guy. He has a wife, kids, he has a family.
That's a crazy connection.
And another connection is Family Guy has an episode of Donald Trump, and I forgot what it was called. It's called Trump Guy. And they're like making fun of his character, and this is a connection to Charlie Kirk because his entire character was created to push Donald Trump. And the reason why they're pushing politics a lot, something I just noticed, is if you guys are sub to our Patreon and you know about numerology, and shout out to the people that have bought Divine Sade's numerology ebook, we talk about numbers, and she talked about on Patreon how it's 2025 this year and the shadow number is 25. So 2 plus 5 is 7. And they're going to do things in connection to 7. Politics is the 16th letter. So 1 plus 6 is 7. So this is why they're doing a lot of things with politics, especially right now. There is so much push with Donald Trump. I don't know how people don't notice that they keep killing people surrounding Donald Trump to make him a bigger character.
It keeps his name in people's mind.
Yeah. This whole event is not about Charlie. I hope you guys know that. He's filler, like he doesn't even matter. This is just to promote politics and Trump. This is what they do all the time. They make these side background characters to promote a bigger character. And we see recently Donald Trump's ex-wife died. You know, they keep killing people surrounding him, and it's going to keep going. I mean, they even shot him one time, and then they shot at him again, and they missed the second time. But they're going to keep this going, and eventually, like I've predicted before, they will fake his death also to make it a huge energy harvest ritual. You know, they're building the pendulum for that right now. So that's why it's important you don't give your energy to this stuff, because you're fueling a huge harvest. Also, we talked about this in the last live stream. They killed Charlie Kirk's character 3 days after the blood moon that happened on the night of September 7th. So every time there's a full moon or some type of special moon that they're always promoting, they're going to do a big energy harvest around that time. So I wasn't shocked when I heard the news about this. So now let's get into some more connections with Charlie being mixed with Seth MacFarlane. As you can see, both of these characters look so much alike. And when I was making this comparison, I noticed this logo on the side of Seth's shirt. And I bet most of you guys can identify the logo. This logo is from Star Trek. And if you guys watched the last live stream, you guys know the big connection we made with Charlie Kirk and Star Trek. So like I said earlier in the stream, his name is Charles James Kirk. Star Trek, the reason he's connected to Star Trek, the main character is Captain James Kirk. So you have Charlie James Kirk and then Captain James Kirk, CJK. It's the same thing. And they're recycling this name because it'll hit your subconscious and it'll get you to pay attention and you don't even know why. So this is a huge connection, because why would his other character be in Star Trek? You know what I'm saying? They do these little connections on purpose. And he wasn't even a big character on the show. They just had to put him on there for this connection later on. So as you can see, he was only in 2 episodes and he just played an engineer. So he wasn't even a big character, but they needed to put him in there for this connection. This is why it's important to know their other characters, because you'll notice that they're not genuinely being casted into these roles. They're doing it to mock you. And you can really see that in this comparison right here. They look exactly alike. He looks the most like him, ironically, in the show. So his name, Charles James Kirk, is connected to Captain James Kirk, right? So this connects to their other character, which is Kirk from Gilmore Girls. If you guys watched my video about Mac Miller being Sam Smith, you guys remember that I mentioned one of his characters is Kirk from Gilmore Girls. His real name is Sean Gunn.
Ironic, the gun.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that. So first, let's connect this Kirk thing. So Charlie Kirk, Kirk from Gilmore Girls, is one of Sam Smith's characters, and they're all in the same group. And there's memes about this saying that Sam Smith is just Kirk from Gilmore Girls working another job. So I never watched this show. I don't know what they mean by that, but they're basically saying that he has
him,
and many
format.
Yeah, it's another one of his jobs.
His roles.
And here's a side-by-side comparison of Sean Gunn and Sam Smith. They look exactly alike. And this is where he's getting the blue eyes from. So now let's connect Seth to this, because Seth is connected through Star Trek because of Captain James Kirk. But I noticed recently they made a damage control movie. They rebooted The Naked Gun, which starred Liam Neeson, and I exposed Liam Neeson as Messi on my YouTube channel. You guys can go check that out. I did that 2 years ago. So that was damage control.
That's crazy. You said they had this Liam guy in this movie as damage control to you. And recently, because this on Patreon, I exposed George Washington and all his characters, and that's the video that they're doing the main damage control to with this entire event. Think about that.
That is true.
Because one of George Washington's characters is mixed with Liam.
And then Charlie's base character is George Michael.
Yeah.
So it's
and
all.
I mentioned Trump all throughout that video.
Let me pull that video up so people can see it.
Right there.
And we're going to get into the September 11 connections. But Divine Sade made this video September 7th, 3 days before Charlie Kirk was removed from the world stage. And it's about George. And now we see Charlie Kirk's base character is George Michael.
That's so odd. Because George Michael's other character is Mac Miller.
And Mac Miller died on September 7th. So we're going to get into all of that. Let me go back. And also, she made this video on Charlie Chaplin right before the George Washington one.
And look at that.
And his name is Charlie. So we found it weird that a week after she made this video, and it was big on Patreon, everybody loved it. Make sure you guys join the Patreon if you haven't already. If you haven't, you're really missing out. The link's in the description, and I'm going to put it in the pinned comment right now in the chat.
And the irony of all of this, and I mentioned this in my video, and that's how I know this entire event is a format of damage control, because exposing big characters like this, of course they're going to do something with politics, right? I kept mentioning how Charlie Chaplin died on December 25th. What is the chances afterwards they kill a character named Charlie Kirk? Okay, are you guys catching on to the Charlie connection? And Charlie Kirk comes from George Michael, and George Michael also died on Christmas. And all throughout this video, if you guys watched it, I mentioned George Michael.
Yep, I remember that. Because George and Charlie died on Christmas.
They have so many Christmas stuff figures.
Okay, so now let's go back. And make sure you guys save your questions until after I'm done presenting everything. Because there's still a lot more to get through, and I'm not reading the chat right now. Okay, so let's continue where we left off. So this movie, The Naked Gun, Seth MacFarlane was the producer for the new 2025 reboot of The Naked Gun. Keep in mind, he wasn't the original producer of the original version, but they needed to use him to produce this reboot recycled version because the word gun is in it. And as I just showed you guys, Sam Smith's other character is Kirk from Gilmore Girls. Kirk's real name is Sean Gunn. And so now Seth is producing this movie, The Naked Gun. So now let's move on to Mac Miller and all of the other characters that were made based off of him. So I exposed this 3 years ago, and they're doing damage control now by killing off. So if you guys remember, if you've been sub to my channel, this is actually very strange, but you will notice that they've been killing off characters that I mentioned in this video. So in this video, I mentioned Mac Miller, Sam Smith, and Angus Cloud, right? Next thing I know, a year later, no, 2 years later, they kill off Angus Cloud. And then 2 years after that, they kill off Charlie Kirk. So if you notice, they keep killing more characters in this group. So here are some comparisons of Mac Miller and Sam Smith. They look exactly alike. I mean, this is actually... You have to be very blind to not see this one.
Look at this. Sam Smith's character is going to die also. Die is on his little crown.
Wow, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
What does it say?
I would like
Born to
that's
die,
what
I
was
think.
thinking. But there's a G. Going to die. I don't know.
Let us know if you guys know what that says. But yeah, that's an interesting connection because...
All these characters eventually die. He's just going to live a little bit longer than the other characters. He's probably going to be similar to George Michael.
Mm-hmm. Because he's his most identical character.
Oh, someone said it says too young to die.
Oh, so he's too young right now.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
He's going to die later.
He's going to be exactly like George Michael. He's going to be a later death faker because his character is bigger in a sense than Mac Miller and Charlie
and Sean Gunn
and Angus.
Yeah. So they have a bigger agenda for him. And here's another insane comparison, a split comparison of Mac and Sam. And notice their names are even similar. Mac, Sam, both 3 letters. And the C is sometimes pronounced as a S. So there's a lot of small little details that they do on purpose.
It's weird that you say that he's that Charlie Kirk is, his image is coming from the guy that created Family Guy, right?
Yeah.
And I said this in my video on Mac Miller's character, is that he reminds me of like Stewie or something, like how he looks.
Yeah, he does.
He looks like a freaking cartoon character.
Yeah.
Either Stewie or something from South Park.
I see Stewie a lot, and also South Park, and we're going to get to that later because South Park is connected to this also. And we've always mentioned this before, like in Divine Sade's video about Your Rage, how they also resemble cartoon characters.
It's so that when you were younger, so the images that you consume when you're younger, like cartoons, you're later going to grow up and you're going to consume actual characters, right? They put the image, they mix their image with the cartoon character so you can fall in love with them. Yeah. So think about kids that were watching Monsters, Inc. and they seen Randall. And then later they start watching Streamers and they see Rage, right? They're going to
love him.
Exactly.
Instantly.
Or hate him, which is also a form of currency for them, right? And the hate is because, think about this. Naturally, when a kid watch Monster Inc., you hate Randall, right?
Because he's the villain.
Exactly. And then think about this. His name's Rage. So you're already going to associate the villain persona with the character.
They both start with R.A. And Your Rage reacted to her video, by the way. So you guys should go watch that if you haven't on her channel. The link to her channel is in the description and in the title of this video. So let's move on to the next connection. So this is where the connections just get insane. Like, if all the comparisons didn't confirm this for you, this is just like the nail in the coffin, because I couldn't even believe that they did this. So Mac Miller died September 7th, right? Charlie Kirk died September 10th. 3 days later, and they're in the same group of characters with Sam Smith and George Michael. Then September 10th is 9/10, right? When you write it out, which is 91 because the 0 has no value. 91 reversed is 19, and Sam Smith was born on the 19th. And then his other character, Mac Miller, was also born on the 19th. And me and Divine Sade mentioned this in our old Mac Miller videos. And we made those videos in 2023, by the way. For some reason, every 2 years, they have been killing off characters from this group. So I made that video in 2021, right? 2 years later, they kill Angus Cloud. And he is the youngest one of these characters that I know of. I'm sure they have more smaller ones that are going to come about later. But as you guys can see, Angus Cloud is obviously one of Mac Miller's characters. They look so much alike, and they're even wearing a similar sweater here. They do these little details on purpose, and Angus also resembles Sam Smith a lot. They're both doing one-eye symbolism in these comparisons. So now let's connect this to Angus Cloud. And we talked about this a lot in Divine Sade's live stream, but I'm going to add a few more things that I noticed. So Angus Cloud died July 31st, right? Hold on, let me fix this. Angus Cloud dies July 31st. His other character in this group dies at the age of 31. Let me look this up so you can understand the next connection. Charlie Kirk was in this organization called Turning Point USA. So this is Charlie Kirk. Let me see, when did Charlie Kirk start? Okay, so as you can see, Charlie Kirk co-founded the organization in 2012 when he was 18. Die equals 18, by the way. So he founded Turning Point USA, and like we mentioned in Divine Sade's live stream, Turning Point is very symbolic. And I noticed, I looked this up while we were doing her live stream, and I wanted to show it in this one. Turning Point USA is short, the shortened version is TPUSA. TPUSA equals 31. So Charlie Kirk dies at 31, his organization's acronym equals 31. Angus Cloud dies July 31st. Then their base character, George Michael, also equals 31. George equals 31 and Michael equals 31. And we've been talking about the number 13 and 31 a lot in our past few live streams. So I find it very suspicious that they're using this number now, because we talked about how the number 13 and 31 are used for evil. You know, it's associated with bad luck. So then we see Sam equals 31. And then their other character, Sean Gunn, his first name Sean equals 13, which is 31 reversed. And then Gunn equals 13. So all these characters are connected to 31 and 13 in some way. And I find it funny, even though his name is Sean Gunn and Gunn is spelled with 2 N's, but I found it funny that when you spell it with 1 N, it equals 13, right? Because Charlie was killed by a gun. So it's all symbolic. Out of all the death fakers in George Michael's group, none of them were killed by a gun. It's always OD. So George Michael died from an OD, Mac Miller died from an OD, Angus Cloud died from an OD, but now they did something different where they killed Charlie with a gun. And this is symbolic to Sean Gunn. That's why they're connected with the number 13. And then we see that Charlie and killing have the same gematria of 38 in the same cipher. So he was born to be a death faker. And make sure you guys watch Divine Sade's live stream. She pointed out more connections about how scripted his death was. And one more that I noticed was Kirk and died both equal 22. And this is what really shocked me. This dude did so much predictive programming. It's actually ridiculous. In 2014, he made a tweet and he said, "Did I just get shot by an AR? Feels like it." So AR is a gun. He is referencing a gun, and like I just showed you guys, Sean Gunn and then Seth MacFarlane produces the Naked Gun, and then he dies by a gun 11 years later. So this should show you that it's all scripted. Also notice his Twitter has the number 11. It's Charlie Kirk 11. The number 11 is associated with emotions. This is why they did September 11th. And ironic, he dies September 10th, and they blast it all over the media on the 11th. And I'm going to get to those connections in a bit. First, let's expose his quote-unquote killer's other character, because in order to understand that this whole thing is fake, you also have to understand that the person that they're putting as the killer is also a character, because none of the people associated with this are real. It's not just Charlie Kirk that is fake. Everybody around him is fake. Donald Trump is fake. We've exposed all his characters. Charlie's wife is fake. His family's fake. His kids are fake. NPCs see that the character has kids and a family, and they start to think that they're real. So this is why he has an entire family. And then they put out a killer, and they blast this photo all over the media. And they, as we showed in Divine Sade's live stream, they said that they were on a manhunt for him for 33 hours until they found him. And like we mentioned earlier, Sam Smith is 33. So this is all scripted. And notice that Tyler Robinson, the supposed killer, is also a character. He's Ethan Cutkosky from Shameless and a few other shows. They even recently used him in Happy Gilmore 2, which is foreshadowing that he was going to be used on the world stage. Happy Gilmore 2 was all damage control to my Adam Sandler is Bad Bunny video. I will do a separate live stream on that. But I find it funny that they released that at the end of July. I think it was July 25th. And then a month and a half later, Ethan's other character is the supposed killer of Charlie Kirk. So it's all scripted. And a huge connection here. Ethan Cutkosky was born August 19th. I can't make this up. We just showed you guys all the 19 connections. Let me go back to that. Mac Miller was born on the 19th. Sam Smith was born on the 19th. Charlie died 9/10, which is 91. So they're all connected to 19. So I wasn't surprised when I seen that Ethan was also born on the 19th. And notice how he's born in 1999. Divine Sade's always talking about how they kill off characters, or there's deaths surrounding characters that use the number 9 so much. So now let's talk about the South Park predictive programming. So not only did they do predictive programming with the Happy Gilmore 2 movie by having Ethan in it, they also, and then not to mention Charlie literally doing predictive programming in this tweet, but they also did another one that actually disgusted me, because South Park recently came back after years of not making any more episodes. They randomly come back, and on August 6th, they made this episode called Got a Nut, and it's all about Charlie Kirk. They're making fun of him the entire episode. I haven't watched it, but I'm sure there's a lot of predictive programming. And they make these episodes of celebrities on these cartoons to show that they're characters. They have an Andrew Tate one on South Park. They have Donald Trump on Family Guy. And they always show how they're characters in these cartoons. So I just, don't you guys find that weird? Why would they come back and make a Charlie Kirk episode on August 6th, then he dies a month later on September 10th? Very strange. And now Comedy Central is pulling this episode. So now let's get into the September 11th connections. I can't get too deep into this topic due to how sensitive it is, so I'm going to get through this part fast. As I just showed you guys, Charlie Kirk died one day before the anniversary, right? And Charlie Kirk is based off of, one of the characters he's based off of is Seth MacFarlane. Seth MacFarlane is a celebrity that was scheduled to be on American Airlines Flight 11 on September 11, 2001, but he missed the flight due to a hangover from the previous night's drinking, and he arrived at the airport late after a lecture engagement. So then he learned that the crash happened. If you guys didn't know about this, there's so many celebrities that have stories that they were supposed to be on a flight that day but missed it. There's so many of them. So I don't find it to be a coincidence that Seth is one of them, because he is connected to Charlie Kirk. And make sure you guys go watch Divine Sade's video about this hoax. We can't say too much on here, so this is why we have the Patreon, because we can only talk about this topic on here. Last time she talked about it on YouTube, they deleted the video, so you guys have to watch this on Patreon only. And now let's just show how this guy is a character. He's not a real person, and I'm tired of people thinking he's real. He does so much symbolism. I have photos of him doing the horns. Here he is doing this hand gesture with Candace Owens, which is also damage control, because Divine recently did a video on her. As you can see, 5 months ago, Divine Sade made this video called Candace Owens is Michael Jackson and more. And now they're killing Charlie Kirk, who's connected to Candace Owens. And also a funny connection here is Candace Owens' base character is Michael Jackson, right? And Charlie Kirk's base character is George Michael. So both of their base characters have the name Michael. Found that to be a funny connection. And now let's look at how fake he actually looks. We showed this in the last live stream. This dude is clearly not a real person. I'm tired of people defending it, because you're defending a monster. Like, this dude literally looks like a monster. I've never seen somebody's gums be so weird like this. This is clearly not a human, and he looks very creepy. And they even made a meme about this. And this is from 2023. And it says, I genuinely think this image could stop the heart of someone on shrooms. So they're saying that because if you look closely, you can notice that they're not human. And it'll really shock somebody that doesn't notice it. Because if you have any sort of consciousness, you can see that this is clearly not a real human. So I'm tired of people defending this guy and thinking he's real. This is what you're defending. These are creatures. And there's so many memes showing that these aren't real humans. This one says, nowhere in the Constitution does it say your head and face have to be proportionate. And they're saying that because his face is not proportioned correctly. And it's like they purposely made him like this. So this is the original photo, and his face is so small in comparison to his big head. So they made memes about it and exaggerated it to show you what they were doing with his character. And they do this stuff on purpose because they're not real people. This is why they come out and make all these memes about it. So people need to realize that these creatures aren't real humans and they're artificially made. This is why they can make them look like this. And this reminded me of Sean Gunn, because I remember being creeped out and disgusted when I made both of those Mac Miller videos, because this dude doesn't look like a normal human. His body is completely shaped like an alien, and they say he has some type of rare disease. You know, for some reason, celebrities get away with it by just calling it a rare disease. And some celebrities even have the disease named after them. But yeah, I hope you guys just realize that this dude is fake. So that's all the connections that I found. Like I said, Divine Sade showed so many more connections with the scripting. So make sure you guys go watch her live stream after this. And now I will be answering some of your guys' questions. Someone said Charlie Kirk and George F. I can't say his name, but they're both born on October 10th. I don't think... It says Charlie Kirk was born October 14th. But that is still a connection. Oh, you meant to say 14th. Both of them have the same birthday of October 14th. And it's funny because George is the name of Charlie's base character. So of course, he would share the birthday of George F. But yeah, that's funny. There's something to this date because dead, I think, equals 14. Yeah. So of course, both of these characters are death fakers. Somebody said, do you believe he's J.D. Vance? I thought the same thing when I first saw Charlie Kirk. He does resemble J.D. Vance a bit, but he's not fully him. The reason why they made them resemble each other is because they're both promoting Trump. They do that when they want to promote a certain character, they will make them look alike. But JD Vance has a separate group of characters, and we'll expose him separately on Patreon, because I found an interesting clip of him admitting that he's an invert. And it's funny because JD Vance also has many memes about him. I remember seeing this everywhere. Oh yeah, somebody said that the George F. Can't say his name, but wait, what was his death date? May 25th. That's funny because Charlie Kirk dies in 2025. So these two characters are highly connected. This is why they're making it a big deal. And I can't expose this George character too much on YouTube. Last time I did it, they removed my videos. So I will be exposing him on Patreon, because he was also a character. But yeah, somebody also pointed out that the year they were born is similar. Charlie was born in 1993 and George was born in 1973. So they were 20 years apart. Somebody said that. So a lot of bots keep bringing up this AI book that was released about Charlie Kirk's death a day before he died on Amazon. And I'm tired of people bringing up these stupid conspiracies because don't you guys realize that they made that conspiracy for you idiots to regurgitate? They purposely make this stuff. And yeah, it's good to notice that they did that to mock what they were about to do, but that's not what's important here. And I don't even think it's actually true. I remember when I looked it up in the last live stream. You guys need to stop regurgitating what you see on TikTok. Like, I bet everybody bringing this up saw some fake character talking about this on TikTok and then wants to come and regurgitate it. Oh, and speaking of this, because it says that this started on Twitter, which is now called X, and notice how they're correcting people and telling them that it didn't come out before the shooting. So they're just spreading misinformation. But speaking of X, I wanted to talk about what we mentioned in the last live stream on Divine's channel. We had talked about how Star Trek has an episode called Charlie X. And I want to read what we were reading. So in the last live stream, we talked about how Charlie X was a villain in Star Trek, and the main character is Captain James Kirk. Charlie's name is Charles James Kirk, and he's based off of Seth. Seth was in Star Trek. So there's so many connections here. They have an episode, I think this is the second episode of the entire show, called Charlie X, and this character has psychokinetic powers, allowing him to transmute matter, create objects from nothing, make people and things disappear, control mechanical devices, and influence minds. And it's said that his abilities include telepathy, telekinesis, matter manipulation, which he uses with little emotional control. And there was this thing that said he can control minds. Let me find that. Apparently they've used this name in other things. It says, yes, Charlie X could control minds in Star Trek. That's funny. His name is Charles also. Charles Evans. And he has godlike telepathic and telekinetic powers to manipulate the crew of the USS Enterprise, which sounds similar to the US. And Charlie Kirk is promoting the US. This is why another connection I forgot to put in here is one of Seth's shows is American Dad. As you can see, Seth created the TV show American Dad, and then his other character, Charlie Kirk, is literally an American Dad. And he's promoting Trump, which is the president of America. Exactly. I like what this person said, that bots think the truth is hidden in Area 51, NASA, DARPA, and all that stuff, but the truth is in the chatbots on their smartphones. All it requires is common sense and understanding paradoxes. Mike said people post TikTok clips on here, and while watching them, he feels dumbed down. Yeah, TikTok was made to dumb you down. All these short apps dumb people down. You know, it's said that now people that indulge in short form content have the attention span of a goldfish. Let me see if they still say that. So they're saying it's a myth, but it does say that some users report experiencing TikTok brain, where they struggle with tasks, required sustained focus. The idea of a universal goldfish like attention span is inaccurate. So I wonder what their actual attention span is. Honestly, even though the AI is saying that this is a myth, I still believe that it's real for some people, because I've seen people that have an attention span of 8 seconds. Like, there will be a TikTok video that's like 10 seconds or more. They will swipe before the 10 seconds, which shows they couldn't even stay for 10 seconds. And that means they have an attention span lower than a goldfish, because goldfish's attention span is 9 seconds.
So basically, it's a figure of speech when people say they have an attention span of a goldfish. And the crazy thing is, I thought about that time we started making the carousels on Instagram, and some NPC said he don't have the capacity like
to swipe
through. You know, he said it in a stupid way, and yeah, they can't stay on something that requires brain power too long.
That was sad. When I read that comment, I couldn't even believe it. Because if you guys follow me and Divine Sade on Instagram, we post photos, right? Side-by-side comparisons of characters. And I'll put like 10 comparisons, right, in one post. And the guy she just mentioned said that he prefers when I make a reel that's 10 to 15 seconds that switches the photos on its own, because he doesn't have the capacity to do it.
He's too lazy. He doesn't use his thumbs.
So it's bad enough using your thumbs all day on a phone, but now people can't even do that, which is really sad. So I see people talking about solipsism.
I don't understand why, if someone is talking about a certain thing they've noticed, or a concept that they believe in, why you people have to box things into an ism.
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't like ideologies and isms.
It's too controlled because there are so many things also to add within a certain concept. So just believing in one ism itself is just limiting.
That's true.
Like there's so many other details. Like that's a limited belief.
Yeah, there's more to it than just that one. So, if you guys are subscribed to us on Patreon, let me show the videos. Divine has made recent videos on this topic, and we're not saying that it's solipsism. What we're saying is that there's some people like us and a few people that we've talked to on Patreon that are star seeds, and we are more conscious than the average person, even from birth, like when we were young children, and we've evolved, and there's people that aren't.
I think people are just like, it's like this group think, and that shows someone's an NPC because group think is like, oh, we're all the same, but then that dismisses people that actually have some sort of talent or gift. That dismisses other people's originality.
So if you guys want to know more about that, join the Patreon and watch these videos on the enlightenment tier. You know, our main thing here is that when we're talking about this, we're not saying that it's solipsism. I hate when people try to box us into something. What Divine is mainly saying in these videos is that there is conscious beings that are naturally awakened. We were naturally drawn to this stuff, while there's the majority who are NPCs.
They don't matter. Okay? So I have an entire video on filler, and I explain that concept. There are people who matter and people who don't. If that bothers you, you might be the people that don't matter.
Yeah, that means they're an NPC, because why would they get mad and
exactly
try
instead
to defend?
Of focusing on the fact that you might be, I don't know, special. That doesn't make any sense. Why some people just get so bothered by that.
Yeah, anyone that gets bothered by this topic shows that they're an NPC, because they want everybody to be the same. Most NPCs.
That's groupthink.
Exactly.
Go look up. You look this up every time in the live streams. When you look up the way that NPCs operate, they operate from a collective consciousness, which is low vibrational, and it's not a collective consciousness that is high vibrational. It's a low vibrational herd, a bot herd type of thought process where no one's thinking outside the box, and it lacks individuality. It lacks innovation. It lacks change. There's no new thoughts being processed or challenged or anything being brought down from a spiritual sense. Instead, it's just all staying the same. And that is NPC nature.
They regurgitate. Like earlier, I was seeing NPCs, and in the last live stream especially, there was so many NPCs saying, oh, did you see that AI book that came out the day before he died? Even though when you look it up, it's not actually true. But these people have, they're NPCs, and they have groupthink. They see one person talking about it, they don't even research it or anything, they just go and regurgitate. That's a sign of an NPC. If you don't have critical thinking skills to really examine something and have an original thought of your own, then that means you're an NPC. And whenever we see bots triggered over, because for some reason there's so many bots that are mad about this Charlie thing, when we expose him. Go on.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, the last live stream we did, there was so many bots defending Charlie Kirk as if they knew him and he was real. And they don't even realize that they're being controlled to care about somebody that they didn't even know existed a week ago. That's a sign of an NPC. So the definition of groupthink, because all NPCs have groupthink.
So this person thinks they're so smart. Okay. Technology imitates the brain. Okay? You have to understand that. And that's all I have to say to you. If you don't understand that, then you see it as a opposite format of yourself. Life operates similar to algorithms.
Yes.
Okay?
That's where the idea of an algorithm even came from. It came from the natural algorithm. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention this when I was exposing... Hold on, let me pull it up. When I was exposing Ethan Cutkosky for being Tyler Robinson, I forgot to mention that I do have a separate video exposing Ethan and his base characters. So let me pull that up. Because Ethan is based off of Lil Xan and Billie Eilish. And they have an older base character, but we'll make a separate video on that. But yeah, I've exposed Ethan in the past, so this is also damage control to this 4-year-old video. You know, they bring up characters that we've exposed and make new characters and push them out on the world stage. Because you guys have to realize these small people, crisis actors is what we call them, they are characters also, but they have a smaller role. Like Ethan, for example, had a bigger role. He was actually on movies and shows, but they make these small people that live a regular life. They go to high school, they go to college. I was reading an article of how they found out that this guy, you know, quote unquote, removed Charlie from the world stage, and they were saying that he was in a Discord group chat and people called him out. There's so many bots in the group, in the chat right now, but before I roast them because they keep changing the narrative of things, but this Tyler Robinson guy was in a Discord group chat, right, with regular people and some involved people also. And when the photo of him in shades popped out, let me search that up real quick, because there's a lot of bots that keep saying, and these are usually involved people, but they get bots to regurgitate this stuff and make people think that it's real. So there's a lot of theories that this Tyler Robinson guy is not the guy in the photo, right? They're saying that, let me try to pull up this photo. So here he is with shades, and they keep saying that this guy with shades is not the guy that they're putting on TV. And people push that type of stuff because it causes confusion. It makes people think that something weirder is going on when all that's happening is these are actors. So I'm tired of these conspiracies that people promote. Every time there's a shooting like this, there's always those conspiracies, and you guys have to spot them. You know, this is why we come in and expose them for being characters. That's what really needs to be pointed out. But if you notice, all these fake conspiracy pages never talk about this.
Because their main thing is just to keep you
engaged
in there. If something is not telling you to detach and get the freak away from it, then It's obviously an agenda.
It's promotion.
It's obviously to keep you on a string, to keep you engaged, attached, right? They are used to promote these other characters. They're used to collect more energy for these characters. These are just ground workers. So when you see these conspiracy people and they're like, oh,
he was replaced.
Oh, he was sacrificed.
I even seen some that said his ring was on a different finger before he got shot. How is it on his pinky now? Like, they do these stupid little things to make people focus and zoom in on something that doesn't even matter.
And then they pretend as if they're exposing something, but they're not. And so it keeps you more plugged in and engaged.
It blurs the line.
So many people will watch these just involved woke people who are made by the system, the algorithm, to purposely be there to push these characters further. They'll watch them or they'll hear about this Charlie Kirk situation, and say you're a person that's like on the fence about it, you're not really invested in it, and you know it's fake and you like your little conspiracy stuff, I guess. You will get a video on your feed of someone saying, guys, there was a book that came out right before this, you know, and yes, that's an element of predictive programming if that was real,
which it wasn't.
It was made so these stupid woke people could get some type of topic to talk about, because their content holds no substance, so they really never have anything to talk about. So the system has to make something for them to go based off of to share to you guys. That's how that works.
Yeah, they're system made conspiracies, and people fall for them all the time. Like this one with the book. This book didn't even come out before the shooting.
People love to stay at, oh, it was planned. And I like that. I like that some people can get to a level where, oh, it was planned. But can we get to a level where let's not even invest ourselves in caring about this character? Let's rather expose this character for being fictitious, for being fake.
Yeah,
shout out to all the people that didn't even care about this. Because I didn't care about this until you guys needed an exposure. And I'm glad to help the ones that were actually needing help, and they felt like the algorithm was pushing this on them, and their brain was just being like played with and saturated with so much false information. And you guys knew to come at us and ask for us to expose this. So shout out to you guys.
Because there's a lot of people that know. Yeah, I know who you're referring to. There was people that came to our page and said, oh, there's so many fake people making conspiracies about this. You guys should make a video to clear it up because you guys come with the truth. And shout out to those people that know that these other people are just muddying the waters.
Mm-hmm. That's what the enemy does, is they infiltrate and there's so many of them. They infiltrate and they make it seem like they're helping you, but they're not helping you. If something is putting you in fear, if something is not getting you off the phone, if something is not getting you to focus on your own life, then it is like propaganda. It's something to harvest you. So many people are so invested in this situation, but then get triggered at us when we say the character's completely fictitious and his whole life has been scripted since the dawn of freaking time. Now they're mad at us. Think about that. You're mad because we said it was fake, so now you don't have nothing to sit on your couch and scroll about anymore. Think about that. You're mad for being set free.
Yeah, there's people that get mad at us for exposing it because now they can't indulge in content about it because they know it's fake. People want it to be real so that they can waste their time and energy. And it's clear that he was made to be a death faker. I mean, why would his name, Charlie, match to killing, and then his last name matches to died, and then he makes a tweet 11 years before where he's asking if he got shot.
See?
And his name has 11 on Twitter.
This is a joke to them. And what makes it even more a joke is when you fall for the woke people who are telling you, oh, this, that, the third, and all this other crazy conspiracy stuff to get you more attached to it. That's when they're really laughing at you. Okay? Yeah. And another thing I want to say, I really recommend you guys go watch my video. Okay? Go watch my live stream. Because this dude matches to the city, I believe, that he got shot in.
Yep, with 22.
How are you connected to the place that you're going to get shot? You know? And yes, people will get upset. Like, oh, well, I seen the video, Divine. I seen the video, Conscious. I seen it. It's fake. How many times have they faked videos for you guys? They fake these scenes all the time.
And I remember in the last live stream, this one, by the way, it's on the screen. There was somebody that said, if it's fake, then why is there crime scene tape?
And then I replied to that person and I said, anybody can get crime scene tape. And then we went on Temu or Shein and we were like looking up crime scene tape and it's $2. All right, anybody can do this. There's crime scene tape everywhere.
You can get it for $20. It's cheap. People need to realize it's a scene. It's called scene.
And shout out to the person that's saying that the footage is AI or CGI, because yes, a lot of stuff that they show us with these characters is fake. It is literally fake. You weren't there. You don't know what happened. They can fake that stuff. They've shown you time after time in movies how they can fake things. Their movies are even CGI'd.
So somebody in the chat had mentioned this character, Beto O'Rourke. I'm not sure how you pronounce that.
I don't know who that is.
He is also mixed with Tyler Robinson. I see the resemblance. Because like we said before, they never just base a character off of one other character.
Everything is fake in a movie, to answer your question, because they love theater. They love acting. You have to understand that. What separates them from you is the average person is more of a realist or more like they're more realistic and just here, okay? While they love to play pretend. That's why they have so many characters. They have an obsession with playing pretend.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
They have an obsession with acting. It's fun to them, okay?
They get off.
The average person is separated from that. What do you think a crisis actor is? That's what he is. Actor, isn't it? They love that stuff. They love infiltrating. You want to know why? You play a role. And you're conning people. It's like, what is it called when you like mocking people?
They like deception. It's like mimes.
You guys know the theater mask, the symbol of it. It's like two masks playing a role. That's why one of the biggest movies is that Jim Carrey movie, The Mask. You go some places, they worship that movie.
And a lot of celebrities have this tattooed. It's interesting you brought that up because I noticed. So here's the symbol, right? The theater mask. And I remember when I exposed XXXTentacion and Tupac, they have that same tattoo. And I noticed a lot of celebrities, especially death fakers, have that tattoo. Look. I believe that's the one. Yeah, it's right there. He has a double mask tatted, and then he ends up faking his death. And then Tupac has the same tattoo.
It's all about acting and deception.
Smile now, cry later. That's why Drake has that song, Laugh Now, Cry Later.
They have the most fun infiltrating amongst real people. And the reason why is because they will act as low as the people that they are surrounding themselves with, and it all was a deceptive con. Think about rappers. They will be so deceptive. They'll act like they're poor, broke, really get into the role. And then all of a sudden they're rich and famous, and everybody in the hood is like, how did that happen? That's the deception. That's the energy harvest. That's a bigger harvest right there.
That is true. I was doing research on Mac Miller and Sam Smith last night, and I noticed that their careers are so fake. So let me pull it up right now. I looked up, when did Mac Miller get famous? And when you really sit there and analyze their career, it makes no sense. I didn't even know this, but he was very young when he started rapping. He started his career in 2007 at the age of 15. What person you know is 15 already releasing mixtapes, getting a huge following on social media? And then we see in 2010, at the age of 17, he completely gets famous with this mixtape called Kids. He was 17, signed to a record label already. Then a year later, at 18 years old, he releases Blue Slide Park in 2011 and became the first independently distributed debut album to reach the #1 spot on the US Billboard 200. How could an 18-year-old do that? That doesn't even make any sense. Most people are still stuck in high school and we're so distracted, and this shows they're not real people. And look, I forgot to even bring this up for more connections. His song Donald Trump was the song that made him famous. And now we see his other character, Charlie Kirk, loves Donald Trump.
And it's funny because that song is from his mixtape in 2011. And in 2012, Charlie was going to start his entire organization, Turning Point, which favors the Republican Party. Hence, Donald Trump is a Republican. Okay.
That's a good connection. Let me pull that up. Turning Point, Charlie Kirk co-founded Turning Point in 2012. He was 18. Same thing crazy. With Mac Miller. He got famous in 2011 at the age of 18.
Why would an 18-year-old be so invested in politics? I guess everyone's different, right?
These people are clearly made for this character that they're going to play. This is why they quickly started rapping, quickly started this organization. They had to rush this whole character.
Go watch the video on Patreon on how the characters are made. I played Sims with you guys. I showed you guys on Sims, you have the traits and you have the career aspirations. And these characters already have that installed in them.
To be what they are.
They're already ready for it.
So on Patreon, we have this playlist. They call it collections on here. And there's 5 videos. But these 2 right here are the best ones. But in these 5 videos, we show you guys how celebrities are made. And this one, I have to say, is the best one. The one that Divine just explained. Because it shows you the details of how you can do this yourself on Sims.
Exactly. And pull from the same image. And keep making different characters, different races, different genders.
In this video, Divine was playing Sims. And she made a base character and then made like 5 other characters, male and female, based off of that character. And so that's what this video is about, is showing what they're doing through this video game, because these video games are based upon real life. They just have a more advanced version, which we showed in this video. So I highly recommend you guys join the Patreon and watch these 5 videos if you don't understand how celebrities are made. The link's in the description and in the pinned comment. And I was gonna point out another connection I noticed. So Mac Miller got his #1 album due to this song Donald Trump, right? At 18 years old in 2011.
Anyone that hangs around Donald Trump's character is going to be a death figure.
Yeah.
Because think about this. Doesn't Nipsey have a song where he's dissing Donald
Yeah.
Trump? And he died. Mac Miller died. Now we're seeing this Charlie Kirk guy that really promoted Trump dead.
Trump's ex-wife died. And there's going to be more. And there probably is more that we're not even remembering right now. But I'm sure you guys can bring some up in the comments if you know any. But, so I was doing research on this and I was like, wow, at 18 years old, he had a #1 album independently, which is fake independently. They're still pushed, but they just want to come off as more real. And then I did research. When did Sam Smith get famous? A year later, in 2012, Sam Smith gets famous.
The same exact year that Charlie started his organization.
Yep.
And of course, it's in October. That's the 10th month. Later, Charlie's going to die on the 10th day. September 10th.
And I think he was born in October, too. Let me pull that up. Yep, he was born in October. Sam Smith gets famous in October 2012. Charlie creates the organization, Turning Point. Then he dies on the 10th. And Sam Smith got famous on the 10th month. None of this is a coincidence. And with him, there's no backstory. Like with Mac Miller, they at least tried to say, oh, he started making little mixtapes and creating a little fan base. With this guy, there's no story. It's just randomly in 2012, he got a feature in this song Latch by Disclosure. There's no story. And of course, they're probably going to make some movie or documentary about him later and try to make up this fake story. I remember when I exposed Kanye, he ended up releasing a documentary and trying to explain his life. And the worst one was when I exposed Lil Baby. I said he has no baby pictures, nothing.
They generated baby footage of him.
Yep.
Of him younger. His whole childhood became generated. The same thing with Kanye.
Yep.
Did you mention that already?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That one was really creepy.
Yeah, it was so obvious. I even said in the video that since I'm mentioning it, they're going to generate baby photos of him. And then I predicted it. A year or two later, this random video of him as a child just randomly exists now. And he's showing it in a documentary. They do this stuff on purpose. Exactly. Shout out to Benny. He's on Patreon. He said, Sims are a mockery of real life. That's why it's called Sims, simulation. Sage said he sadly used to listen to Mac and so many songs he predicted his own death. So scripted. Yeah, in his last big hit, which was called Self-Care, and I mentioned this in my Mac Miller video from 2 years ago. He says, I think it's in the very beginning. Right here. In the second part of the song, he says, climbing over the wall. Ironic, Donald Trump has a wall. And then he says, I remember, yes, I remember it all. Swear the heights be too tall. So like September, I fall down below. Then he dies in September. Look at that. Dies in September. And in his last big hit, he says, like September I fall. And then in the music video, he's in a coffin. And the funny thing is, he escapes from the coffin. And we see that he has, it's symbolic to how he has another character that's still alive, which is Sam Smith. And during this time, Angus Cloud was still alive. It was showing that he was going to kill his character and then come back as another character. They always do this. Every time one dies or one is like falling off and old, they have a new one already coming in. And during this time, Angus Cloud was everywhere. And then we see that Angus Cloud dies and now Charlie Kirk is everywhere. And now that Charlie's dead, I'm sure they're going to make another one. Someone said Mac Miller's dad was a high-ranking Mason. I'm not surprised. I showed a video of him talking about Illuminati and Freemasonry. He even has a music video where he, in the background, it says I'm not real, and he's sitting in front of it. So you guys can go watch my video on that. Let me pull it up on here actually. Right here. See, he's sitting down on this couch and in the background it says I'm not real, and there's even a Marilyn poster in the background. So he was letting you know he's not real and that he's gonna fake his death like Marilyn. And ironically, Marilyn starts with M-A, just like Mac Miller. So they let you know they're not real. Someone said look up the Orville premiere. I don't know what that is. Wow. I see why you brought that up. So Charlie Kirk fakes his death on September 10th. And the Orville premiere date is also September 10th. And notice, I don't know what the Orville is, but it seems connected to Star Trek or something, because it shows Star Trek right here at the bottom. Let me know in the chat if this is connected to Star Trek. I never watched Star Trek, so I don't even know about this. But I do see that Seth MacFarlane also wrote this, which is another connection. Seth MacFarlane is Charlie. So of course he writes this show and it premieres on September 10th, and then his other character dies on September 10th. And then they said look up Stewie Griffin's birthday. And ironically, you brought up how Mac Miller and Sam look like Stewie.
What?
Remember when you brought up that Mac Miller and Sam look like Stewie?
Yeah, especially Mac Miller. I was confused who you were talking to.
Wow, his birthday is September 11th.
That's crazy.
And Mac Miller dies September 7th. Charlie Kirk dies September 10th. And it was this photo where you can really see how he looks like Stewie. Then he said, look up when Family Guy is returning because it's the Kirk shooting day upside down. When is Family Guy coming back? Says the 24th season is scheduled to premiere fall 2025. Oh, it's right here, I think. Oh, no. The 23rd... I don't know if this is what you're referencing, but I just found something interesting. The last season that they released of Family Guy was season 23. And the 23rd season of Family Guy premiered with a holiday special on Hulu on October 14th, 2024. And like we just mentioned, that's Charlie's birthday. Let me pull it up. It's kind of slow. There's so many connections with this date.
You should close some tabs.
Yeah, I'm going to do that right now. So Charlie Kirk was born October 14th. He's connected to Family Guy because Family Guy has a Trump episode, and the creator of Family Guy is one of his base characters. So of course, their most recent season premiered on his birthday last year. He said to go on Wikipedia and it has a date. Oh, I see what you're saying. It says that Family Guy will premiere on October 6, 2025. And his birthday. Are you saying his birthday's connected? or his death date is connected, but also his birthday, because his birthday is 8 days later. But I see what you're saying about how it's his death date backwards. So his death date is 9/10, and Family Guy is coming back on 10/6, and the 6 upside down is a 9. Somebody said he was also in South Park. Yeah, I talked about that earlier in the live stream. Another thing I forgot to mention was that person that brought up how Bob O'Rourke is also one of Tyler Robinson's characters. I did more research, and here's another connection I found. His birthday is September 26th. So his birthday is coming up. And Tyler Robinson, his other character, killed Charlie 16 days before his base character's birthday. And on top of that, he's 52 right now, and his other character is the supposed suspect of the Charlie Kirk situation in 2025, which is 52 reversed. Someone said, does the energy day shift at 12 or what time? Yeah, once the new day comes in. Divine Sade has a numerology ebook and calendar on our Patreon. So you can get, when you get the calendar, you get the numerology of every single day. And you also get a coupon. There's a discount code at the end of the calendar that will give you a discount on the numerology book. And Divine will be releasing a 2026 numerology calendar as well.
Oh, that's interesting. So, a good amount of you guys bought the numerology calendar. So many of you guys. It's actually one of the top purchased things. Would you guys like a physical version of it? Because many people were asking initially, was it going to be a physical version so they can have it in real life and not be on their phone? So if most of you guys are interested in that, then the 2026 one might be the first one where you guys can actually order it and have it in IRL instead of digital, because I understand.
Yeah, we would just need a lot of you guys to confirm to us that you will buy it when we drop it, so that we can get it ready. So let us know in the comments if you're rewatching the live stream, or right now if you're in the chat, let us know if you want a physical version of the 2026 numerology calendar.
Exactly, and I agree 100% with Mike. Yes, 2025 went by so fast.
Yeah, he said it's almost over. Felt like, I don't know what you mean by that, but he said it felt like the year started a month ago.
I don't understand how we're already in.
And they recently said that time is moving by faster.
Yeah, so this will be the first one that has a physical version, so you guys can keep with you. You can have it in your, your office, in your house, whatever. So you can really see it, because The numerology calendar, I give the energy of each day. I'm also going to be putting out a video to explain it better for a lot of you guys. It's going to be free on Patreon. For anyone that don't have the Patreon, it's going to be free. But in-depth live streams about numerology is going to be for the enlightenment and the celestial tier. That's coming really soon, actually. There are going to be small live streams that are just going to be on the enlightenment and celestial tier.
Yeah, we will be going live on Patreon. So...
What do you mean gematria book? That sounds interesting. What are you saying?
So Isaac and Leaves of Grass said that they'd be interested in a physical version.
That's good.
Let us know if any more of you guys would want a physical.
Benny also said yes.
Oh, okay. Maybe we could set up like a pre-order thing beforehand to see.
So the numerology book is basic gematria, basically, but more of a explaining the energy of each number. Okay, so it's a basic guide. It's a very basic template just to give details and traits to each number, so you guys can get a basic understanding. So like 1 is more connected to like aggression because of its masculine component. So understanding each number and the traits that they carry, that's what this book is about. There will be an updated version very soon of this book because, you know, as I get more advanced with this stuff, I understand more, especially with all the readings that I've been doing. And those are personalized, of course, so it's personalized towards the person, which I recommend you guys contact me for a reading on Patreon, of course.
Yeah, join the enlightenment tier to get a numerology reading. By the way, if you guys want to buy the numerology ebook or the calendar, make sure you buy it on the Patreon website.
Exactly. Do not get conned by iOS. They add their own fees to things. Even the membership, do not get the membership on iOS.
Well, they changed it.
Oh, they changed it?
Yeah,
okay,
they fixed it.
That's good.
Yeah. If you're on Apple, like an iPhone, and you want the calendar and the numerology ebook or the Twin Flame ebook, you can get it cheaper if you buy it through the Patreon website rather than the app, because Apple, Patreon, it's not Patreon doing this, it's Apple. So if you have an iPhone, they're going to charge you an extra fee for using their app.
Imagine that.
It's stupid. But yeah, if you guys just go to patreon.com and you could just click the link of our Patreon and it'll take you to the website and you can get it there for the actual price. And shout out to everybody that's been buying the Twin Flame ebook.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't expect. Recently, there's just been
a lot of people getting it.
Yeah, that's good. That one's so outdated also. So, but it's gonna help people. I think we're our own worst critics.
Yeah. And we're always evolving, so we always learn more things as time goes on. So if you want basic understanding of numerology and numbers, get the numerology ebook. Why did this person say they can't wait for more world stage news? LOL. Bro. You are programmed.
See, that's why someone earlier asked, will this ever stop? And I seen that, and I didn't say anything, but now I'm going to say something to your question. this person that said they can't wait for more world stage events and news is the reason why I'll never stop. This actually gives people a reason in life.
Yeah. People love when they hear somebody died or a new celebrity comes out.
Exactly.
People go crazy. This is why they keep making so many celebrities.
Mm-hmm. There's some people addicted to just entertainment.
Mm-hmm. And drama. Shout out to Benny. He's on the Patreon. He said that the Twin Flame book is really good.
Thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
The Twin Flame ebook will explain to you how you can attract your twin flame and steps you can take to do that. And it also explains how the system promotes toxic relationships, which create a cycle of trauma.
Exactly. That's a really good description. Okay. So this is an interesting.
What's your advice for a highly conscious starseed with perpetual affection for President Trump?
What do you mean by that?
The way he worded it, perpetual affection.
Why are you so attached to him? What is it about? Okay, what is it about him that you like? And yeah.
Why are you so fascinated with him? We've exposed him so many times, man. I'm gonna go through my whole list. I actually have a playlist on my channel of all the videos that I made on Trump. Where is it? So the first video I made was about Donald Trump based characters, which are Aleister Crowley and this other guy named that I cannot say, but he's also a world leader. I mean a nation leader. And then I exposed him for being Elvis. It's glitching right now, but you can see it right here at the top.
Delete the tabs. There's so many.
And then I also made a video when he won the election, because I predicted that. And that one I showed so many things. I even exposed how he's gonna fake his death. And Divine also made a video when that happened, when they shot at him or whatever. And what I don't understand about this person is, if you watch my video about him being Elvis, so before I answer your question, I'm sure you've already watched this video because you seem obsessed with Trump, but he admitted he was Elvis so many times. Before I made the video, after I made the video, he is always admitting who he is. So that right there should let you know that he's fake. He's mocking you, he's letting you know he's fake, and that he comes from a death faker. So he's gonna fake his death. So if you're attached to him, you're going to be sad when that happens. He said, I guess, what's your advice for a real person with a persistent fetish for President Trump?
So it's a fetish. What is this fetish built off of?
Is it like a...
Someone said it's power. It's the power he has.
Are you attracted to him, or...
Oh, yeah, like physically attracted.
Are you physically attracted to him, or do you just love him? Our advice would be to detach, as we always say.
As much as possible.
Get away. Don't watch his speeches. Don't pay attention to him. Just avoid him. Know that he's a character.
The charismatic leader.
Yeah, that's why they have a card about him. He said all of this makes him seem hot, though.
What do they mean?
I don't know if he's trolling or not, but he's...
Didn't we talk to him on the phone?
Yeah, on Patreon.
So
And
you're trolling hard.
and that he's really attached. Speaking of that, if you guys want to schedule a call with me and Divine Sade, you can join the Celestial tier on Patreon and message us, and we'll schedule a call. And you can ask us anything that you'd like.
Okay, not anything.
Yeah, not... If it's weird, we're not going to answer it, but... Someone said Trump, like everyone else, is an NPC or scripted projection. He appears conscious and independent, but his actions, persona, and influence are extensions of the dream. I don't even know what this guy's saying. Just know he's fake. Just say that he's fake. He's not a real person. He's artificially created. And he has so many characters. I mean, I went through all of them in this video. He's also Owen Wilson. Someone said being an evil person makes him seem hot. Yeah, you're clinically insane.
What? Oh, you read a comment. I thought you told someone that.
Yeah, Trump is a woman and his wife is a man. They're all inverted. Oh yeah, about that article, let me go back to that. So somebody had brought up how the year went by fast. And I'm going to make a Patreon video about this, and Divine actually has one also. Let me pull that up. So when you guys join the Patreon, you can watch this video that Divine has called The Truth About Time and TikTok Exposed. And this video is about time speeding up and the TikTok predictive programming. And she talked about this in this video because these characters on the thumbnail did predictive programming of this. And think about TikTok. It's about time, and it wastes people's time. And they put it out around the same time that the lockdown happened. I can't say the word, but you guys know what I'm saying. And I think that's when it actually happened. Like, they're mocking that when TikTok came out, it's like TikTok. Like, they're letting you know.
In the video, it's in the name.
It's a joke.
And the symbol is Saturn. Wait, is that Saturn?
Yeah. Well, Jupiter, I think.
No, that's Saturn. I freaking explained this in the video. I really
It's connected to Jupiter and Saturn.
Hold on, I forget this stuff off the top of my head.
And so recently they've been saying that Earth's...
Yeah, it's Saturn.
Oh, okay.
Just wanted to say that. I knew it was. The Jupiter thing you're thinking about is the 42.
Oh, yeah. And Saturn deals with time.
Yeah, exactly, Father Time.
So they're doing damage control by saying time isn't literally moving faster, but they're saying that Earth's rotation is slightly speeding up, making days shorter and causing a sensation of time passing more quickly for some people. This accelerated perception is also partly a psychological phenomenon. As we age, routine activities at a slower rate of new experiences make time feel compressed. Oh, I understand. So this actually connects to your video, because basically what this is saying is that people are living in routine and not they have a slower rate of new experiences due to things like TikTok. They're not having more new real physical experiences anymore. They're just scrolling on TikTok, which is an illusion of new experiences. So this is why people life is going by faster. So basically, if you don't want time to feel by faster, go do things in real life. Go have experiences. And you don't have to go outside. You could still, be with your partner and have real experiences as long as you're not on your phone. Nowadays, partners are always on their phone, in bed, while watching TV. I think it's really scary that couples will literally be watching something on Netflix while they're both individually scrolling on their phones.
Exactly.
How can you even enjoy anything at that point?
Yeah, that's true. People don't live anymore. We talked about this personally on a level a month ago. We were really obsessed with this concept. Remember we seen something where friends now are people that you just send TikToks to and don't talk to?
That's scary.
You send reels and TikToks to, but you don't speak at all?
They speak through fake people's videos.
People don't even spend time with the children that they create. No one is doing anything. Even if you're solo, people are not living.
Yeah. Because not only is this hurting relationships, but it's hurting people that are alone doing this. Because you could be doing something productive or, evolving your mind, evolving physically. There's so many more things you could be doing than scrolling on TikTok all day.
Exactly. And this is true. This person said people don't live anymore. Exactly.
Yep.
Repeat that. They don't live anymore.
They're just existing.
And they're vicariously living through
streamers and death fakers.
And I think, that is the biggest difference between people 20 years ago and people right now. 20 years ago was pretty recent. 30 years ago and now.
This is a scary statistic. 1 in 5 couples admit to checking their phones while having relations.
I actually can't even believe that.
That's scary.
Why would you do that?
I can't say the word, but you guys could read it on the screen. That is sad. People are that addicted.
I know it's gross that people are living through streamers and influencers, but it's happening. It's happening. People are too lazy. People see an influencer show off their life, or a streamer showcase that they have so much friends or whatever, and they're alone in a dark room. And they're just vicariously living through them. It's actually really weird to pause during and go and look at your phone. What do you look at?
That is a very strange thing to do.
People can't even be present at their own job. If you deal with workers sometimes, they're aggravated. They have to be in real life. They rather be on their phone. And so they're not even giving good quality service to people.
That is true. Nowadays, workers are terrible. They're all on their phones. I remember there was a good amount of videos coming out of people going to Target and asking the worker, where's this item? And they all get on the phone to look it up. They don't even know.
That happened to us one time.
Yeah. It happens all the time.
They're just idiots now.
It's only the older generations that, and even them now, they're being programmed. But yeah, we have a whole playlist exposing all these streamers.
Wow, someone said that even nowadays the people at the cashier So basically, the cashier is talking on the phone with their earbuds. Exactly. You know, one time, the lady, we were somewhere at the store, and a lady was checking us out, right? And she started talking. She had AirPods in, and she said she going to the club tonight or something. Remember that?
Yeah, I think it was Walmart.
Yeah, and I was like, what? Why? Like, that's so freaking inappropriate. I don't want to hear what you got going on tonight. She's like, I'm stuck at work right now. I'm like, what?
Bro, these people are NPCs. It reminds me of something that happened today. I was at the gas station and there was a lady in a car next to me, like the pump next to me on the other side. And she was saying, I got the rest of the week off and I'm not trying to be in the house all day.
No.
And she was trying to do something with her NPC friend. And I was like, why? It's like GTA. It reminded me of GTA when the NPCs are walking down the street on their phone and they're just saying like typical stuff.
I was walking. This was probably a month ago. I was walking. I was on a walk, and someone passed by me, and they had a dog. She was walking a dog, and all I hear is, "Did you see that video of the midgets I sent you?" And they're talking to someone through the AirPods, of course. And
No
I'm like,
way.
this is crazy. Like, if you overhear a bot's conversation, it's like
It's so random and weird.
the midgets I sent you.
They're like background characters, like this video, which ironically is also, they also did damage control because of this. You made this video last month on Patreon called American Dad Admits NPCs Are Background Actors.
Oh, that's crazy.
And the creator is Seth MacFarlane, and his other character fakes his death.
3 of the videos are connected to this. Actually, 4, because think about your X video.
Yeah.
X was killed and they showed a video. They did the same thing with this character.
And also, it connects to Charlie X, that episode.
Yeah. That's crazy.
And then also the that AI book conspiracy came out on X, the Twitter app. So all the videos we released this month and the American Dad one from last month, they did damage control too.
That's funny.
Shout out to Isaac from the Patreon. He said he hears Sims talk when he hears NPCs talk.
That does sound like that.
Like it's just filler gibberish. Yeah, if you can notice that majority of people around you have a lower consciousness like that of an NPC in a video game, then that shows that you have a way higher consciousness because you don't identify with these people. We can't relate to these bots. We can't have a conversation with them. Everything is just going to be, how's the weather? You know, I hate small talk with NPCs when I have to go somewhere.
I don't know what they talk about like on a grand scale besides small talk. Because I know they're going to do that stare, the NPC stare, if you start talking about
anything deep.
Exactly.
This is what they talk about, whatever's in the media. Charlie Kirk.
Did you hear what happened to Charlie?
Remember, we were at the DMV and what was her name?
I was sitting there and this lady,
the worker,
she screams and says, Tina Turner's dead. And keep in mind, these people were being like so rude to all the guests. Like they had no emotion. They were like zombies. They were just like, next, whatever. And then there's a gasp, and then she screams, Tina Turner's dead. And I'm like, what?
That's a pure example of how NPCs love the media.
Exactly.
That they love when a death faker happens, like a character fakes their death. They get off and they love it.
Exactly. That's what their life is consumed based off of.
And that one was creepy because you made a video on her when you first started your channel.
Exactly. facility was so, like, the people working there, but that lady in particular was so dead inside.
Until this happened.
Exactly.
And then she got some type of
rush.
Yeah.
They get powered up and everyone became social. They were talking about it. They even started playing her music.
Nah. It's like they all just get sucked in.
And since we're on the topic of music, do you remember that time you were out and you said so the Drake and Kendrick beef was happening?
Oh, yeah.
And you said some NPC was playing.
He was reciting the lyrics to one of Drake's songs.
Weird.
Yeah, I was at a restaurant and I was like just getting my stuff to go, and I just hear an NPC rapping the Drake song. Which one was it?
They promote the system so much.
I really want to look up which exact one it was. It was one of the first ones. It was Push-Ups. This one. It was when the beef first started. And this guy looked so programmed. Like, he looked like your typical bot that just engages in everything in the media. And he was just rapping this song. And what it showed me is I can't escape this.
Exactly. Like, even if you're not interested in it, with everything, they will pull you back into the system. It's creepy.
And I remember when I heard that, I was like, all right, I need to expose this. And so shortly after that experience, I ended up making this video. Mike said he always has headphones in to avoid talking to people out in public. That is smart. I remember you used to do that. We would be at a store and you'll have like earphones in, and it's a way of stopping people from talking to you.
And for some reason they want to talk to you. I just stopped all together, but one time I had them in and this NPC, he kept talking to me. I just didn't understand why. And the conversations had no depth.
No meaning whatsoever. Shout out to Consciously Aware. He said I have good thumbnails. If you guys notice, me and Divine Sade evolve in every aspect. We evolve in our thumbnails, our content, our way of speaking. NPCs, however, they never evolve. They are baseline, and then all they do is devolve with time. And we were talking about this earlier, like a day or two ago, because we noticed everybody around us has devolved while we've been evolving. And that's how you know you're a starseed, as they call it. If you're always evolving, because NPCs never evolve. And even if they like get more money or something, you can still see that their mentality hasn't evolved. And I remember in my last live stream on my channel, somebody was saying that their friend from high school is like 50 and he keeps talking about high school.
Was that my live stream?
I think it was mine. I don't remember.
No, it was mine, I think.
Oh.
Because we were thinking about that recently. Well, it could have been yours, but I think it was really mine.
It was one of our recent ones.
And
I couldn't stop laughing at that because
they're like that. That's all they talk about. That's all they care about.
They live in the past.
And the reason why they get stuck with their indoctrination of school is because the system told them they needed to be somewhere. And this proves that they don't know what to do with their life once the system says, okay, we don't need you to come here from 5 a.m. to 3 p.m. or whatever time school is. And they start thinking, well, life is over. Oh, yeah, Andy told us that.
Yeah.
That's insane. Mike said people at work make it feel like high school all over again. You know what's crazy? They go into jobs and recreate the exact same environment.
And it's funny because today in the morning we saw school buses and we were talking about how they look like prison buses. And that's funny. They even mocked this. This is probably damage control because I don't think this existed before. This looks new. It says the choice bus, half school bus, half prison bus. Teaches kids consequences. The choice is yours.
Disgusting.
Either go to school or go to jail. And it's the same thing. And you know what's funny? If you don't go to school, they will take you to jail. And your parents to jail.
This is sick.
That is hilarious. They're mocking people. Let's see when this came out. I feel like this is damage control. Because this didn't used to pop up when we used to look it up. Oh no, this is old. I don't know why it pops up nowadays.
They
resurface.
Yeah.
The search engine.
Someone said pick your poison.
That is funny. Yeah, they must have changed the search engine after we made that.
This is sick.
They look exactly the same. It's just a different paint job. And think about it. People fight in school. People fight in jail. It's the same thing.
Lunchtime, you get told when you go outside.
It's the same exact thing.
Yeah, it is fear-mongering. So that's the tactics they use in school, fear-mongering.
Yeah.
Oh, if you don't come to school, you're going to jail. You're going to prison.
Someone said we're upsetting NPCs in the chat.
Which NPC is upset?
YG says school was hell for me. I'm so glad I made it out. I mean, think about how they make you go for 13 years.
Think about what this YG person just said. I'm glad I made it out. That sounds like getting out of jail. Like, I'm glad we all got out. Like we were locked up.
It's a 13-year sentence. And think about it, 13, we were just talking about that number. 13 has to do with order and negativity, evil. It's not by coincidence. Exactly. Someone said we were locked up and they wouldn't let us out, indoctrinating us daily.
Imagine being told to sit down.
I remember I used to ditch all the time. Wow.
And you just brought up 13.
Yeah, the 13-year sentence with an 8-hour recess, and every 5 days you get a 2-day recess. Oh, I get what you're saying. Wow, cell phone. Like you in a cell.
Wow. And think about it, when you're in jail, time is the main concept there.
Yeah. which goes back to what we were saying. If you have a routine, like too much of a routine, and you don't have new experiences, it will make time feel compressed.
Think about it. That's what school is.
Yeah.
That's why it'll feel like you went from being 10 to 18 like it was nothing. You were on a routine, a schedule. Every year, same months you go to school, same months you get off.
Same time you go in.
Exactly.
Same time you
Sometimes
get out.
some people, it's always the same school.
Yeah.
The same people, the same friends, the same neighborhood.
There's no change.
Think about people. Oh, no, I'm not even going to get into the whole house community.
Yeah, because they stay in the same house.
This is probably the only thing I've agreed with this person on. I don't even know how to say their name.
What did they say? The cafeteria?
Yes.
They said sitting alone in the cafeteria is a natural state for the observer, separate from the illusions of social entanglement.
That is true. And the more I analyze that, all friendships and relationships that are school-based are controlled and they're fake. It's just like if you're in prison, you guys are just friends because of circumstances in which y'all are in.
Mm-hmm. It's not genuine.
Exactly. It's an illusion.
He said the school bullies themselves are NPCs, enacting patterns to create contrast, challenge, and emotional intensity. Yeah, the people that you meet in high school were placed there. And it even goes down to, we were talking about this the other day, that they know your numerology and your astrology.
Yeah, I was telling you about that. They'll put people next to you purposely that contradict you.
And there's infiltrators. Everybody that has been to school has been around an infiltrator.
School is too much of a show. Alright, it's a complete show. And remember, you used to say they love high school.
Yeah.
Because what is this obsession with High School Musical? Every movie takes place, like most movies take place in high school.
College.
They always bring up high school in movies. They be like, oh, I remember him from high school. Like, they just love high school.
I need to show that. That movie was a huge agenda. And they were old.
There are so many tabs.
I'll exit some out.
Yeah, because this is going to lag.
It's doing good right now, but...
It looks so chunky.
And you know what's sick about this movie? They made high school look fun. Like, they made it seem like you're going to be dancing and...
And guess who this was pushed on?
Gen Z and millennials.
Oh, yes, that. But kids.
Yeah.
Before you even enter high school. So it's to give you this false perception of what high school was going to be like. Oh, it's going to be fun. We're going to just randomly start dancing in the middle of the cafeteria. Like, it just was unrealistic. I'm going to have this cool group of friends and we're all going to be singers. That doesn't even make sense.
Someone said high school was low-key fun to me. So
That's
you
good.
find sitting in a desk for 8 hours a day fun.
Being told to shut up by your teacher.
And sit down and raise your hand whenever you need to do something.
Can I
That's-
sharpen my pencil?
That's Stockholm syndrome.
Exactly.
To think your prison sentence was fun. Like, yeah, you probably had little moments where you had fun, but think about the majority of your time there. You were bored looking at the clock,
Exactly.
trying to go home.
You know what's the worst one? Is before high school and even before middle school, junior high, whatever, is elementary school where you have to walk in a line.
Oh,
like a
yeah.
prison.
Yeah, they do the same thing.
And everybody has to go at the same pace. And it's just so much conformity.
Yeah.
And then don't get me started on uniforms. That is the ripping away of creative expression. Yeah, and individuality.
It goes back to the NPC thing. They're training everybody to be an NPC. And for those that aren't NPCs, it makes you conform to them.
What is Saturday school? Is that when you miss too many days or something?
Yeah, and you gotta fill in.
So
I remember I had to go a couple times. It was terrible. Summer school.
Oh, I had summer school one time in my life, and absolutely the worst.
Exactly. That guy that said he had fun in high school, he said he did whatever he wanted and he got sent to the office a lot. And then somebody said, if you enjoyed getting in trouble and being sent to the office, isn't that like masochism? Yeah, because they're basically saying if you try to have fun, you're going to get in trouble. And to people who don't know what masochism means, it's the tendency to derive pleasure from one's own pain or humiliation.
You know, they used to hit people with paddles.
Oh,
like, they
yeah.
used to spank people.
And humiliate them with a dunce cap.
This stuff is messed up, man.
I need to pull that
School
up.
is like a creepy thing. Why does everybody have nightmares about school?
To this day, I still have dreams about school.
You could be like 80 years old still dreaming about school.
It's deep in your subconscious because you're so young. Think about it. You start school at 4 years old.
And it's so scary.
This is sad. And then look, they put him in a corner.
And now he's grown up as a worker. So his boss is putting him.
Why is this even a stock image? Businessman in dunce cap sits on a stool in corner. That is hilarious. Because they're showing that jobs are the same thing.
That's crazy.
But yeah, they used to do this in school.
Wow, someone said they still do it at private schools.
Wow. This is humiliating and sick. Like, we're going to do a Patreon video about this stuff. This is like disgusting. They make them write on a board, I will be good, over and over and over.
This actually makes me sad because now this is just complete program.
Yep.
Like, just complete taking out your brain and just reinstalling a new coding in it, and you're going to conform and be like everybody else. That's sad.
This was a normal thing in school. I wonder when this stopped.
Well, someone said that they got to sign consent forms at private schools so they could do it. But this is sick for parents that want somebody else to, like, hit you.
Dunce caps were a real form of public humiliation used in schools in the 19th and 20th centuries as punishment for misbehaving or poor academic performance.
Humiliation tactic. This is what made the older generations love to conform. Because think about it. If you get put in the middle of the class with a cone hat and it says something just terrible on it.
What does dunce even mean? It must be some type of negative.
Of course it is. This is why they conform so hard.
A person who is slow at learning. A stupid person. Wow.
No. This is terrible. And look at these negative affirmations that they're putting on people. Positive reinforcement is not seen here whatsoever. It's only negative. It's punishment in order to control or just control someone.
You know what's funny about this? We were looking at somebody's movies and this movie had popped up. And this is the same thing. Coneheads. And that's exactly what the dunce cap looks like. It's a tall cone-shaped paper hat marked with a D, and was worn. And D's like dumb. It was worn by the student as a sign of their perceived stupidity or poor judgment. And notice how they're admitting now that why it's no longer used, but they still do other tactics like the cards for kids where you got a red card if you bad.
Oh yeah, that's so humiliating, and they put that in front of people.
Mm-hmm. It says, while no longer used today due to its damaging effects on self-esteem.
Exactly, and that's why this older generation is effed up in the head.
And its association with outmoded discipline, the dunce cap originated as a symbol of intelligence and scholarly followers before becoming a pejorative term and a tool of public shame.
Well, they surely know how to twist things into
That's
something
weird.
different.
It used to be a symbol of knowledge, and then it shifted to an insult.
Had to make the best of it, someone said.
Of school?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, we all did, but that doesn't make it okay.
And that doesn't make it good. You're just making something out of the situation that you're put in.
Stockholm Syndrome.
Did y'all meet in high school or something?
No.
We just... See, think about your question. We literally just said that people who meet friends in high school, all that stuff, it's just filler. It's fake. It's not... It has no substance. It's just people who are forced to be with each other connecting.
Yeah. It's forced engagement. It's not a natural relationship. That's why they push the whole high school sweetheart thing.
Yes, exactly.
And speaking of this, we have talked about this before, that real twin flames will not meet in high school. Like,
they won't even meet in the same city or state.
Yeah, the chances of that is sometimes like impossible. Your twin flame will not be from your hometown.
Wow, Andy said he used to get so frustrated on why he couldn't make friends in high school. Now he just laughs at that.
Yeah,
that's crazy how they get us to focus on that and make that the staple of our life. I need to be popular in high school.
Mm-hmm.
High school's everything. There's some movies where they show like a young person like in junior high or middle school, whatever you call it, and their whole obsession is high school. Like they think that's the
whole point of life.
Exactly.
The peak of life. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it is hard to find real people. That's very true. I don't know why they have these high school... Well, I know why they have these high school reunions. And the funny thing, actually, is I was recently talking about this.
Yeah, I remember.
High school reunions is because the NPCs... they don't know what to do with their life after high school. So every so often, after so many years, they need to have these reunions so these people can dumpster dive for companionship. They can reminisce and be stuck in a past. Some are so pathetic, they want to just go and flex and act like they're doing something. But the people that are actually doing something with their life didn't go to that stuff. You know? And that is all just very low vibrational. Is my twin flame another real person? I mean, you should hope. Unless you're an NPC, then expect another NPC. So many comments. Exactly. It's weird. And people don't even genuinely like other people they went to school with. It's all fake and it's all forced. Controlled environment. And it proves that some people can't even choose their own life. They can't even create their own reality. It's just the worst.
I wonder what school equals in gematria. And you know what's sick about school? It has the word cool in it to make you think school is cool. I remember hearing that phrase too.
Why do people tell people stay in school?
Yeah, especially like hood
They be like,
gang
stay
members.
in school, kid.
Yeah, like if it's a good thing.
Like as if that's all that matters. And this is another thing about school. The curriculum is limited and it's controlled. It's what they want you to learn. It's not real knowledge.
Yeah.
Especially public schooling.
Yep, there's so many things saying school is cool.
Remember the don't do drugs movement?
Yeah. Also, another thing I wanted to point out, Sam Smith looks like a Star Trek character in this photo on the right. Because I noticed something weird about Seth MacFarlane in Star Trek. Like, he was made weird. Like, his face looks weird. It doesn't look like a normal person in today's day and age.
Yeah.
He looks like the Star Trek people, naturally. And on the last live stream, we found out that Star Trek takes place in like the 2200s or something. So they're showing how different people are going to look years from now. Exactly, Mike says school didn't even teach him how to find a job, grow food, etc. It doesn't teach you anything valuable.
It's just a waste of time. That's all it is. It's a bunch of alarms. It's all fear. It's like a fear camp.
Yeah.
Why is there bells consistently?
It programs you. And speaking of this, one thing I forgot to mention in the stream was this agenda that Charlie pushed. So there's a tweet where he said the happiest women in America are married with children, the unhappiest are unmarried with children.
Go to Walmart. Just go to Walmart. Go to any store. And there's going to be a lady there screaming. I'm not even going to act it out, but she's going to be screaming, put that back, stop. Something crazy.
You can hear a baby crying, and then she's going to be stressed out.
And then she's going to say, I'm never taking you back to the store again.
So this is an agenda. He's trying to promote for people to have kids. And we've talked about this before, that starseeds should not have children. Having children is for NPCs. they are just going to have litters of children, and they don't even know why. Star seeds shouldn't have children because you have evolution and growth that you need to do while you're here. And if you have all these children, it's going to, yeah, you're going to be distracted, having to work harder, and all of your time is going to be taken. So you won't be able to evolve your soul and your mentality, all of that. Basically, do what you were placed here to do. So that's why what he's pushing right here is a huge agenda, because he's trying to say that women are only happy in America if they're married with children.
This is nasty.
Because women are the ones...
To speak on women's state of their emotions, and it's like...
And you look like this?
Every now and then they show that this patriarchal society is prevalent, and that it still works to this day.
And it's funny that you said go to Walmart and see that. I was at Walmart like a week ago, and I saw it. I saw so many women with their kids, and they're always crying. And one woman looked super stressed out. Like, her face looked drained.
I remember this one time I went to go pick up flowers or something, and there was this lady with a cart, and she was like, she just had an energy that was like anger, and she was pushing it fast, and there's a baby in the cart, and he's screaming, crying, and then there was a little one, and she's like, come here now, stay right next to me, and then she's like, I'm never bring you guys here ever again, I work all day. And I was like, wow, this is sad. Like, I felt so sad. And then remember I told you, it was probably like a month ago, I went out, and in front of the line was a lady, and she had like 3-4 little girls under the age of like 4, and they were screaming. The store was quiet, but they end up making this entire chaos. And this lady, the way she looked, I just felt so sad. Like, she looked like she was in distress. Her hair was all over her head. She had like a dingy tank top on, and they were draining her, okay? She couldn't even figure out where her cards were at. Like, she was just all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, wow, she's in such a nasty vibration. She's going to hurt them. That's what I thought to myself.
That's why.
She kept saying, stop it. She would get that face, that mad face. Like, this is not going to be pretty in the car, you know. And it's sick. And that's what happens. It creates this constant negative frequency.
Yeah.
You know, there is no community, all right? And when I say there's no community, I mean that there's no help. So when people try to still push this way of living, there's no help to push that way of living. It's not like people have someone that's going to come and watch them while you get sleep, while you go and live your life. That doesn't exist no more. And that has not existed within patriarchy. Okay? That doesn't exist.
Yeah, because it would be easier if we had community, so that, because it's supposed to be only intelligent people have a child, and then the whole community takes care of them while those intelligent people make intelligent decisions for the community. But we're not living in that type of society.
Exactly.
So there's no point for intelligent people in today's day and age to have children. And now only idiots are having children, which is creating a population of idiots and NPCs. And I looked it up, and they will even tell you openly that studies consistently show that parents experience significantly more stress and lower well-being than non-parents.
I remember we were making jokes, but that's personal. That was just funny jokes, inside jokes, about how people who fall for this propaganda are just always on the edge.
Yeah.
They start to look crazy, and they have a look to them.
They get very delusional. And I like how it even says particularly when children are living in the household, is worse. And then it says factors like financial strain, a demanding schedule, the pressures of modern parenting. That's true.
Yeah, because now
There's social media.
exactly, and then there's this thing of like false positivity with this. Just false positivity is what I'm gonna say, and it sets these unrealistic standards for people that have children nowadays, and it's because of social media.
Then it says, and that's why they make characters like Red and all these rappers that just promote to procreate.
But then think about it. They appear or act as if they don't have kids, and you want to know why? Because they can afford to pawn them off on people.
Yeah.
But look at the people they target. They target people who don't have anybody to pawn them off on, who don't have money for a nanny, babysitter, all that stuff. You have to wake up and be more conscious about this stuff.
Yeah. And then it says a lack of support contribute to this increased stress.
Exactly. And then now there's a new love of baby mama, baby daddy, which means they're broken up. Okay. And that just creates a terrible freaking environment. And it's just nasty that they glorize
And ironic,
baby mama and baby daddy culture.
Red literally has a song called F Her Baby Daddy.
And then think about, this is so toxic. Because you guys can do whatever you want. You can go have kids, you go do whatever you want. But think about how this type of propaganda is toxic. You can secretly hate your child's father or your child's mother, but dissing them psychologically is a format of mind control for the child, because you're going to push off your perception of the person to the child. Like, you're messing their heads up, okay? And a lot of people end up having children before 25, which is really bad because your prefrontal cortex is not developed. Mm-hmm. So you're not even doing it right with the right people. You're not even financially stable. Like, and so then you got to look at the setup. Why would they promote so much? I'm trying to look for a word, but why would they promote so much provocative content for people under 25? You have to think about that. People in high school singing nasty lyrics. Why do you think that? Because it's going to keep you for this entire lifetime. You're going to be stuck with a unconscious decision that was made because you were underneath the age of 25. You didn't have your prefrontal cortex developed to make the correct decisions, to decipher correctly what doesn't make sense and what makes sense. So you're stuck. It makes you stuck. So when you're young and you're listening to someone like Red or all the propaganda that they put out, you're just being brainwashed. Now, some people have common sense before the age of 25, but it really kicks in even for conscious people once you turn 25. Okay? Because it's your brain, okay? And they know this. That's why they make everything for people under the age of 25. Because they're not going to think. And then you talk to older people, they'll tell you every mistake they've made in their life. Some are bitter about it, but they'll tell you every mistake. And the younger people under 25, they'll be like, oh, they're just hating, blah, blah, blah. They don't understand, but they know. Because their mind can see, oh, I made all these mistakes. Now, misery loves company also, so remember that.
So somebody said, hold on, let me go back up. They said, how does S work? I'll just say intimate relations work with twin flames with no kids. So all you have to do is pull out.
Okay, you
like,
are being weird.
no, I'm just saying that have you noticed people act like that doesn't even exist? Like, they act like you just have to procreate when you do this act. Like, people can do an act without reproducing.
Whoa.
And I just wanted to say that because people act like they don't even know what to do with their life. There's so many ways that you can avoid having kids.
Whoa.
Everything is a choice. And then he said, so do I not have relations with my twin flame? And you could do whatever you want. Like we said, you guys can have kids and do whatever you want.
You should just be consciously aware of the consequences.
Yeah.
And you should not treat them badly.
Mm-hmm.
Every day I go out, me and Conscious X have countless stories of the stuff we see of how parents treat their children. And it's absolutely disgusting. And they're not realizing that this is the future and you're hurting them. You're giving them an iPad. They're never in real life. You're screaming at them. Their psyche's messed up. You're saying negative comments. You're projecting onto them. They're messed up. Remember that guy who was mad that the kid spilled something in his car and he was screaming at this kid?
Yeah.
In the parking lot. Every time I go out, it's like I see that.
It's sad. And these people get frustrated, but it's like you knew what you were doing and getting yourself into.
Now, if you have a community and you have help, by any means.
Mm-hmm. All right, this guy said he'd like to do that act with Trump. That dude needs help.
All right, this is nasty. This is getting gross.
That's true. Someone said kids are also indoctrinated from the womb. They can hear what's going on before they even get here.
Exactly. And I feel like people actually, as long as we're underneath this type of ruling where people are not spiritually in tune or spiritually connected, universally as a collective, we're all being affected.
And we're overpopulated. People don't even realize that. They have to make polyester clothes now to give people, you know, we have so much trash
they
in the
don't even
world.
put things in glass anymore like they used to. If you look at the, like, what was it, like 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, how they'll put the drinks in glasses and that's like super normal to just buy a drink and it's already in glass in the store. Mm-hmm. They resorted to plastic, which is so bad.
And that's what they have to do because there's too many people. Mismanaged trash, especially plastic waste, is significantly harming the planet by polluting ecosystems, harming wildlife, impacting human health, and contributing to climate change through its production and disposal. So, think about it. If there was less people, it would be less trash. So there's a lot of NPCs right now, but let me go down. So someone said the Matrix movie told us, and it went over so many people's head at the time. We live in an idiocracy like the movie. Exactly. Did you guys notice in Idiocracy there was so much trash, so many idiots? It was high population of idiots.
Because they're the ones that's going to keep breeding or engaging in this activity without conscious awareness.
Yeah, that whole
There's
movie.
nothing wrong with engaging in these activities, but you have to have conscious awareness. And they showcased a guy who was some hillbilly that had baby mama number 1, baby mama number 2, and all this drama. He wasn't teaching them anything of substance, and they showed it. And you have to look at the content that they put out. Why would they promote this type of music? It's just insane.
NBA YoungBoy has 12 children with multiple women. And he's only like 26. And this is what they promote. You guys don't find it suspicious that they keep promoting this and making memes about it? Like, same thing with Nick Cannon. How many kids has Nick Cannon fathered? He also has 12 children with 6 different women. See the agendas they promote? Another one is Elon. He has been promoting having kids too.
Yet he has a video when he gets mad, he throws it to the one of his little workers. Think about that.
Yeah. He has the most. There's so many NPCs in the chat promoting to have kids right now. Elon has 14 kids. One of them is named XAXI. Ironic, one of them is named Kai. While people are pointing out other celebrities that have so many kids, Future. And if you notice, these characters are promoted heavily. I noticed that the AI lies about how many kids they have. You have to actually look deeper. Future has a minimum of 8 baby mamas.
The minimum.
And that's the worst part. They don't even promote having 8 kids with one person. They promote 8 different people, which creates so much drama, and everybody's divided now. I didn't know Trick Daddy had that many kids, but it makes sense. It's in his name.
And he's a trick.
He's tricking you into being a dad. He has 10 children born to him by 8 different women. Exactly. It lied and said 4. When I looked up Future, it said he only had 4, but then when you really look, he has at least 8. That's why the AI is not always reliable. Yeah, what we're saying is to make conscious decisions. If you have the money, the resources, the help to to homeschool your children and give them the best life possible, and you have the time for that, the money for that, which 99% of people don't, and you have no aspirations and you don't mind being distracted, then you should have a kid. But most people don't live in that reality. So we'll just leave it at that, because NPCs always get triggered by this. I guess they just project because they have so many and they hate their life. So misery loves company. So I wanted to read that thing. Wow, that's crazy. It says Earth's changing rotation, and it says that Earth's rotation is currently accelerating, which means each day is becoming infinitesimally shorter than the standard 24-hour day. This change has prompted timekeepers to consider a leap second to be removed from our clocks, a rare event that helps align our artificial time with Earth's natural rotation. Very weird. So scientifically and mathematically, it is speeding up slightly, but the main reason why people feel this is because they have a slower rate of new experiences. And the main reason for that is phone usage. And I wanted to read this when we were talking about it. It says statistics reveal that phone usage negatively impacts couples, with around half of partnered adults reporting their partner's phone distractions during conversations, and roughly 40% feeling bothered by excessive device time. Many couples use their phones even during quality time or intimate moments, leading to feelings of neglect and decreased relationship satisfaction. They call it phubbing. Phone snubbing causes conflict, reduces intimacy, and contributes to a less happy relationship, especially among younger couples. So people are being distracted and they're not having real moments anymore. Because have you guys ever noticed, let's say you scroll on social media and you're in a relationship and your partner is doing the same thing, and you do this for an hour straight, you're going to have no memory of that moment for the rest of your life. Like, that moment is just a blur. It's even been scientifically proven that when you get on your phone, your mind goes into like a baby state and you won't remember what you did on your phone. That's why sometimes people have more brain fog. They'll like go in their room and forget what they needed to do. So that's why you have to be mindful of how much time you're spending. So like, instead of a couple being on their phone for an hour together, you could be playing a board game or having a good conversation with no phone, and that moment will be stored in your memory more longer than if you were on your phone. And it's like what you said earlier, that people's relationships nowadays are just both of them on their phone, and then they'll laugh and show their partner a funny video, and they act like they had a moment.
Exactly.
But you didn't come up with anything. You're just regurgitating what you just saw. Exactly. Someone said it's like the phone is straight sucking your energy right through the screen. And this is why whenever I do get like on YouTube or something, I rarely even watch anything, but if I do, it'll be something actually helpful to my life. So that's why you can tell when something is just wasting your time. Like if you're watching a Kai Cenat stream, for example, he is just wasting your time. And we talked about this the other day because he had did a stream that with iShowSpeed where they were just playing a video game. I need to pull that up because it's actually disturbing. Kai and iShowSpeed. They were playing Mario or something.
Oh, for like 24 hours or something?
Yeah. It was a disgusting amount of time. Look at this 11-hour stream of just playing a video game, and they're dressed up as Mario and Luigi.
Weird.
11 hours. Then this one was 7 hours. And there's no depth. Like, at least when we have like a 5-hour live stream, we're giving so much depth and information valuable to your life. This has no meaning. It's going to add no value to your life. You're just wasting half a day. That is scary. These live streams are half a day. 11 hours, 11 hours. That's like, I found already 4 live streams that were 11 hours of just nonsense. And what's sad about that is people are watching a fake character play a game. Why not at least just play the game yourself?
Someone said people watch them while they're asleep.
That's scary.
So
or they sleep with them.
Yeah, so nothing's going on. That's really no substance.
I didn't even know they were going that far. Where people are just sitting there. That's some wild stuff. So unless you're actually watching like our live stream or something, you should not be spending that much time watching nonsense. Yeah, someone said right now he's doing a tour live stream for 35 days straight. He's doing a stream for 35 days straight right now.
Oh, that's insane. That's insane. And so it's just a waste of time. I wasn't even paying attention.
It's no value.
It's just a waste of time, honestly. And that's why it feels like the time is going by fast. Someone had confused that with being bored. They thought time goes by slow. But people are not bored. That's the thing. People are distracted with their device. And then they look up and they look around and everything's different. Time has passed. That's what's happening. It's not that saying of time moves slow when you're bored. Like, it's not that. That's not what we're comparing. We're not comparing boredom to time moving by fast or slow. We're not even bringing that up. It's distractions. Okay?
I was gonna look something up. Someone said, how many real people do you know in real life? By real, I assume you mean conscious people? None. The only conscious people we've met are on Patreon. I don't understand why this person keeps wanting to know where we met. See, these people want to make us into a celebrity. They want to idolize us when our whole point is to get you to detach from that mindset and ideology and way of thinking. You shouldn't care so much about somebody's personal life. Our job is to expose this. That's all that you should care about. Is finding out things are fake. They're wasting your time. They're draining your energy. And it's all scripted. That's all you need to know. We have nothing to do with that. Someone said they met Floyd Mayweather. I don't understand why that matters. Someone said, do you think NPCs are coming from a lab or just people being sent by the Matrix who have a soul? You worded that kind of weird at the end, but NPCs are not made in a lab, but the people made in a lab are these people that we expose. And they do have small characters like Tyler Robinson that are made to be normal people, and even some that aren't like him, that they don't even get a shine in the media. They do make those type of filler NPC type of people to infiltrate and fill in space. So those people are made in a lab, but the mass majority that you're gonna see when you go outside is not the infiltrators. They're spottedly in high schools and jobs, but the majority are just unconscious filler people. And they're just made from a lineage of filler people, and it just keeps going. Nobody evolves, there's no consciousness in this whole lineage, nothing. That's what an NPC is. Now, there is some made in the lab though. Like nowadays, there's technology where people are willingly and consciously having a kid in a lab. Like they're mixing their DNA and making a weird person. So that is another thing that does exist, but that's not what we're referring to. And those people never have an identity, a consciousness, or anything. They are artificially smart, artificially tall. You know, they're getting their genes from a person that they don't even know and mixing it with themselves and creating a weird lab person. Those people have issues because they're not made naturally. Someone said, ever go into Starbucks, I feel so weird and out of place in them. Excuse my language, nobody is interacting with one another and they're all on their laptops/phones sitting next or across from one another. That is true. I have seen that at Starbucks. There's so many NPCs just on their phones and laptops, and they're all in the same place, but nobody's talking. It's like that at school too. Someone said smartphones are a tool that keeps NPCs performing their scripted roles in the dream. Someone said, be careful letting certain live streams play in the background while you sleep. You will have nightmares if not careful. That is true. If you're watching like a fake person, you know, a fake streamer like Kai, iShowSpeed, Duke, all these people, you don't know what they could be promoting to you while you're sleeping. And a lot of kids do that nowadays. They fall asleep listening to these people. So they're just penetrating their subconscious. And it's nothing positive, so it's just bringing them down to a lower vibration. So Angela said that she wants a physical copy of the numbers calendar. It's called...
The 2026 one will be physical. I'm glad that so many of you guys are interested in that. So it's going to be physical. I'm excited about that. And that's the way you guys can really use it and apply it, because I understand having it on the phone or the iPad, whatever, it's just too much.
Yeah, it's good to have it like on your wall or in your room, because if you don't understand the point of the calendar, so first you have to understand numerology. So if you get the calendar, you get a discount for the numerology ebook. So I recommend buying the calendar and then use the code to get the ebook for the numerology. And when you learn the numbers, so Divine laid out every number from 1 to 9 and a couple bonus numbers. When you learn each number, you will understand the energy behind each number. So like today was the 15th. 1 plus 5 is 6. And so you have a 15 energy, but then you also have so today, what's weird about September of 2025 is every day is double of the same energy. So today
everything's amplified.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're doing so many psyops this month, because the energy is super...
The 9. It's already a 9 years, so the 9th month is super amplified, okay?
Because 9 is a multiplier. So today, so let's talk about Kirk. His date of death, right? It was the 10th. So that's a 1 energy. So there's all this aggression.
It's double 1, and so that's why he got shot.
Yeah. And then they put it all over the media the next day on the 11th, and then they siphoned a bunch of energy.
Exactly.
That's why when we looked it up, it kept saying the 11th.
Because the 11 is now double 1 energy, but it's 2. That's a siphoning type of number, okay?
With emotional energy.
It's an emotional energy pool. And I say pool because 2 is ruled by the element, the moon. All right, so pool, that's connected to the moon, the water. There's a, what is it called? Gravitational pull,
yeah,
or something like that, whatever.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not making it literal. This is all speaking about energy of things. So that's why they did the September 11th event, because guess what? That 11 emotional siphoning energy that it carries is always going to be amplified when it's next to 9, okay? Because 9 is a powerful number. A lot of people don't like talking about this, but it's the ultimate master number. It's the last number, okay? And that's why it amplifies anything it's next to. That's why it's so powerful.
And so when you get the calendar, it helps you with your everyday life because you know what to expect. So like, and you know what you should focus on that day. So like, if it's a 7-day, so the numerology calendar will tell you the energy of the day. So let's say it's a 7-day, you'll want to learn something that day. You wouldn't want to really be around people too much. And you want to just exercise your mind, learn something valuable, meditate, stuff like that.
7 is overall about self-development, but it's not a one-way street.
Yeah.
7 can be a very chaotic day most of the time, because it's, in a sense, chaos is needed in order for retrospection or introspection, I mean. And so chaos can't happen on that type of day. 8 days are ruled by Saturn. So if you think about the month August, especially this year, because the 9 amplified the 8 of the month August, 8 is ruled by Saturn, okay? So everything feels slower. It seems like more turmoil, more, you got to put in more and expect later, or sometimes expect pretty much nothing at all, or just a small amount from all the work that you've done. So there's this crazy thing. I should just say this for the live stream I'm going to do on Patreon, but I'm just going to say it here. There's this crazy thing. It's like they purposely put back to school around like August in most places, right? And or in September, and most of the parents have to do all the shopping in August, right? The weirdest thing is that August sometimes is the worst money month for a lot of people because it's delayed gratification. You have to understand the Saturn influence. There's a lot of misinterpretation when people think about what they say generally about getting around 8s and 28s for money or whatever. That's only because of their hard-working drive, okay? Their Saturn hard-working drive. Usually it takes these people years, longer than any other number, to finally get what they've been working at. It takes them years. A 3 can get things easier than an 8. A 2 can get things easier than an 8. 1 especially. Every number can get things faster than they can. So you have to understand that. I think the general push for them to say to get around 8s or 28s and stuff like that is because they're working hard. Their hardworking energy is going to inspire you if you're another number. You want to know why? 3s can be particularly lazy because they're obsessed with comfort zone. So if a 3 gets around an 8 or 7 or 9 or anyone that's more like hardworking based, 3s can be crazy successful. And I love talking about birth numbers. Okay, so that's what I mainly talk about. But life path is the path you're pursuing and the lessons you have to learn, I guess you can say. But this is in regards to born date. Okay, so people born on the whatever the days for 3 is, it's good to be around people who are more proactive. That's going to guide you. That's going to like push you a bit because it's going to make you very successful because you're naturally creative, charismatic, and comforting. And people love to have a comforting person. So anybody born on the 3rd, the 12th, 21, the 21st, the 30th, they have such a comforting, friendly energy. All are different though. You also have to understand people born on different days are different. Okay, just because it all equates to 3 does not mean you're all the same. This is why I recommend you guys get the readings, because I go in detail based off your number. Okay, and if you got a reading from me in the past and you're still on the enlightenment tier and you want to update a reading, do not be afraid to hit me up because I do them differently now. Okay, so you can always hit me up again and I can do another one that's more in depth for you because I get better at this stuff as time goes on. And so the only flaw of a 3 is that sometimes there's no pursuit of the things that you want. So that's the only flaw. And you just have to be around someone like an 8 sometimes for that. And you can expect the same things on these type of days. Okay, people are going to be ruled off this energy. It's going to influence the way life is kind of operating. And it's not a coincidence. We just explained a connection that's obvious, right? He gets shot on the 10th. 1 is all about aggression. It's masculine energy. It's dominant. It's like aggressive, you know. It's just so, sometimes it could be even animalistic, right? So violence is prone on those type of days.
And think about it. I don't want to say this word, but I'm highlighting it. This is what they're calling it. And this word starts with an A. You see that?
Yeah, that makes sense. Because it wouldn't be right to call it a murder.
Yeah. So they're purposely doing it like that.
Your life path is what you're working through. You're not your life path. So they have tricked you guys to really think that, and you're just not. 100% with all of the research, with all the readings that I've done, with all the people I've interacted with, people are their birth number. If you want to know a person, find out the day that they're born on. And it'll tell you everything you need to know about that person. Okay? Your life path that's why every single person's life path, they will go about it differently. Okay? They will master it differently. And it's going to be based off what their birth number is. And of course, some things in your astrology, but I've noticed that your astrology is always connected to your numerology. Every single time. I've done countless research. Yesterday I was connecting this stuff. I was really connecting it. I was like, wow, what a person that I knew. I was like, wow, this person there, they have this moon sign, sun sign, all this stuff, right? But then look at their numerology. Oh, it all connects. It's the same. Like it's so parallel. And that's how I know everything is interconnected. And I've done readings on people. In the past, I used to like mix in some of the astrology, but again, I don't really specialize in that. And I'll notice that when I did astrology and numerology for some people in the very beginning, that their astrology was always aligned to their numerology. It's insane.
Yeah, it's your coding.
$8.20. Interesting.
So make sure you guys join the Patreon Enlightenment tier so that you can get a numerology reading and know more about your birth number and your life path and how to go about it.
And there's so many details. It's not that a one is just naturally a leader. There's so many details, man. Man, there's so many details. It's weird. Why is this person saying their name?
They said that him and Neo have the same initials and name.
Oh. And you said you're born on the 9th, dude? That's pretty cool. So that's interesting that I think it was YG. Yeah, it's YG. They said they were born on the 7th and they are life path 3. Very interesting person and a very interesting complex challenge that you're facing actually with this life path, because 7s are loners, okay, by nature, naturally. People have to understand that 7, 16, 25, sometimes 25 can be very social people occasionally, but it's always swaying. Just get a reading, man. Literally get a reading. I've done some readings for people who are 25s, but people born on the 7th and the 16 are very similar. And 7 people are huge loners, more than 16. And so when you're on this 3 life path that you said that you are on, that your challenge is, or what you're learning, whatever, is to be around people. That is such a huge challenging, but you are going to be also gifted with some of the energy from the 3, which is being able to communicate, all that stuff. And since the 7 helps you be very smart and conscious, and you have like
so
what's the word I would say for that?
For 7, they have
just a very conscious mind.
Yeah.
You're very aware, observant, right? And you have
willing to learn.
3 life path. Oh, you can really have the best conversations with people, actually.
And their goal is to create.
Exactly.
Your life path, if your life path 3, you need to create something. You need to use your creativity.
And 7s naturally want to be entrepreneurs. So, there you go. Wow, that's crazy. No, I'm not. I'm not that. I'm not going to reveal my numerical coding.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
But no.
Someone said, what about life path 4?
4. Oh. Why did you have to ask about that? Let's.
At least they're asking about life path and not birth number.
That's crazy.
Someone said, how about 5? So Benny, are you referring to 5 life path or 5 birth number? Because it's 2 different things.
Birth number 4 people. Interesting.
Oh, he's talking about birth number 4. And
birth number 5.
Yeah.
2 completely different individuals.
So 5 birth number people have a hard time being in relationships.
Because of the nonconformity, the commitment. And so I always see, you have to understand, I don't know if I've gave you a reading, but I always say this for the 5 people born on the 5th, the 14th, and the 23rd, okay? Is that your number shows that we should question certain programs taught to us, okay? I always say, do not try to force yourself into traditional settings, especially traditional relationships.
Like marriage and kids.
Okay, let's talk about relationships. So, with relationships, we're always shown in romance movies just a certain type of way to go about being with people. And 5 is very similar to 3 birth number people. You want the fun and the good that comes out of being with other people, but you're not with the drama and the mess and the craziness. Some 5s can stick around, some 3s can stick around, but especially with 3s, their birth number, they really love relationships from a distance. And not like a weird distance, like they just don't want to see the ugly side of things.
And 5s have a hard time committing, which is not bad because that's your energy. So 5s really shouldn't have kids. Like, out of every number, you really shouldn't. 5 and 7 should not.
Yeah, 3s just really, even people that are exploring a 3 life path. See, Isaac said 3 life path, 2 birth numbers. So 2 loves unity, but can also love division. So sometimes some 2s can be, what is the word? They can be all right with being alone. There are certain numbers that can be all right with being completely alone. Mm-hmm. And they actually don't really care to have people around them. 2 is one of those numbers where it can always go both ways. Yeah. So you could either really love having people around you, or having one special person with you, or you could just be like, I want to be alone, or I could take this some days, but sometimes I just want my space or be alone. And the funny thing is, being on a 3, it's like that also. 3s admire and love being around people. Understand that. It's just when things get when they see past the curtain with people, or things get too crazy or enmeshed, or they just get grossed out. Because you have to think 3 is all about fun, not fun, but like the childlike energy, okay? It's all about, they're just so positive in a sense, you know? And they're just not with that level of craziness and drama. They're just not with that. So if you're dating a 3 and you're like a dramatic person, they are going to lose their mind. And they will try to be loyal because they are loyal individuals. They have this loyal component to them. L is their letter, so they're pretty loyal people. But man, they can get very turned off from massive amount of drama and just a person that wants to be all up on them, and the person is like kind of crazy. It's insane. That's funny. Yeah, exactly. Most known is correct about the 3 and the 4. It's a huge challenge. 3 loves to be free. Okay, they just love to be free, and 4 is sometimes all about keeping up appearances.
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot be a person that keeps up appearances and be also a free. Like, if you could play both sides, then yeah. But 3 and 4, that is a huge challenge, because 4 is a deep number that's gatekept also, where people don't really go deep into it, especially when you move away from Western numerology and you look deeper into other formats and other cultural numerology. You'll see that 4 is sometimes about illusions. Okay?
If you're a 4 birth number, don't go deep into conspiracies.
You can go crazy.
Yeah, you will lose your mind. Like, you should only base yourself in facts.
Exactly. Be very factual and practical, because there's so many 4s, whether it's 4, especially 13.
Yeah.
And sadly, 31. Yeah, sadly, I've met some of these people. Conscious X has met some of these people.
Yeah.
And they're a bit delusional.
Yeah.
Or they can actually be diagnosed with being schizophrenic and other stuff like that. And it's pretty sad. They're more prone to depression, other mental issues. Think about their letters.
M is the 13th letter.
Depression, D. Okay, and most celebrities have the 4 component, because if they wanted to trick you, if they wanted to do illusions, 4 is the perfect number in a sense, because 4s will literally make it seem like they have it going on, or like they're good even though they're not. They really will keep up with appearances.
This is why Diddy is pushing the biggest distraction on the world stage right now. He's a 4 birth number and a 4 life path. So they're using him to keep people in his delusional state. This is why he's a part of brain rot now. And that's the same thing that is going on with Kai. He, even though he's a 16 birth number, he's also a 4 life path. They use these 4 characters to keep you in a dream state.
Exactly.
D is their letter.
And they will work hard. People call them workers. They will work hard. And the reason why is when something or someone, or there's an energy that wants to keep up with appearances, you're not free. Most known had said, what did you say? 4 can be a prison. Yes. Anyone that is so hooked on keeping up with an image can instantly be in a prison. Because you're not free, it's the opposite.
And what's crazy about Diddy, he's a 31 life path. So he's really delusional. This is why his name has 3 D's in it. D's the 4th letter. And the perfect example is this interview when they were asking him, why did you tell Fabulous that you wanted to kiss him and do all these freaky things and party with him? And he acted completely delusional, as if he didn't even know that he said that. And then they showed him the clip, he still denied it.
Deny. D is a letter.
So 4s gotta be in truth.
Yeah.
They're big liars and deceptive.
Okay, let's calm down.
I'm just saying that it comes with that energy, but
It
you can
does.
consciously choose.
You could be the evolved version of
Yeah.
it.
If you're unconscious of your number and you're just unconsciously living, you're going to be a deceptive person if you're a 4.
Exactly.
So you have to consciously shift that into truth and not fall for deceptive things, because at the same way 4s deceive, they can also fall for deception.
Mm-hmm. So, as first said, is 33 a good life path? There's no such thing as a good or a bad life path, and 33 is overhyped.
There's good and bad to every number.
And some numbers, there's just some numbers that are very overhyped by the general media.
Especially in a Western civilization.
Exactly. And in most civilizations, they don't even discuss most numbers that have been brought up in a Western civilization. Because, again, if it's numerology, the numbers are broke all the way, well, yeah,
1 to
broke
9.
all the way down. What? They're simplified.
There's only numbers 1 to 9.
Exactly.
So 33 is just
But when
6.
I do the readings, I do focus on the way that you got to the number. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So like if you're a 7 birth number, a 7 birth number or a 7 life path, right? I will focus on the way you got there. Did you get there through 16? Did you get there through, 25? If you're a 6 life path, birth number, whatever, I focus on how did you get there? Okay. And some people get there through 33, and that's a very fantastic way to get there. But that doesn't undermine the other ways you can get to 6. So I feel like whenever there's this favoritism over other numbers, it's just weird.
So somebody asked about 15, and I wanted to show a celebrity that perfectly describes. Because what I noticed is the celebrities are just a empty vessel that is unconsciously, it's a number that they're assigned, and they're gonna play out that number. And some are evolved versions while some are devolved versions.
So basically to simplify 15 is ruled based off the 1 and the 5 energy, the 1 and the 5 component, right? So the 1 makes you more masculine, okay? And then the 5 makes you more free-spirited, and the 5 is masculine and feminine energy. It can go both ways. And then 6 is naturally a very feminine number. It's very attractive. So 15s are very attractive people, but they can also be like aggressive in a provocative manner, like even if they're not provocative themselves, but like they really, really love intimacy. Okay, like love intimacy a lot.
That's funny. Someone said Diddy and Biggie kind of rhyme.
Purposely. That's crazy. They said it seems like he's trying to be a kid, which is true. That is very true.
This guy said The Weeknd tells the darkest stories in his life. You shouldn't relate to a celebrity like that. And Divine has exposed The Weeknd.
You have to type in the name. Okay.
NPCs in the background.
Why did you say you relate? That is so annoying.
Do you guys hear that NPC in the background? NPCs will always be doing NPC stuff.
Y'all definitely like, oh,
Bro,
dude.
there's so many NPC trolls in there right now.
Street theater.
Exactly.
Exactly. I guess they had to do it. They said they were checking their parking lot.
Who's Michael Jackson's other character? He has a bunch of characters, but my most recent video on him is about him being NBA YoungBoy. People have wanted me to make an updated video, so I will probably do a live stream about it, because they have done a lot of damage control ever since I made this video. He said he relates to The Weeknd because he crashed his car and The Weeknd crashed his car the same way in that music video. Alright, you are being too attached to the celebrity. He said, when I cry, The Weeknd cry. What? I don't know if this guy's trolling or... I don't know why when it gets late into the night, trolls just come so much to the chat and just try to... Alright. Bro, some of you guys have parasocial relationships with celebrities. This person said, I honestly think King Von's spirit resurrected in my physical body with me the day... I don't know why he said the day he died, but he said that they died the same day. If you're dead, how are you here chatting? If you died the same day as King Von, how are you here? Someone said, can you explain the Kirk stuff? I tuned in way too late. You're going to have to rewatch the stream because it was a lot of stuff. But he is a mixture of George Michael and Seth MacFarlane. Shout out to YG. He said that he'll join the Patreon and get a reading when he gets money. We appreciate your support whenever you can. That is pretty weird that you went through that experience the same day that King Von died, but you shouldn't associate your experience with a fake character. Because as I've exposed King Von before, he's a character like the rest of them. Someone said, Do you think streamers' friends are also lab made? For example, Aiden Ross friends. Yes, all the people around them are fake. They're like supporting characters to push him. It's like how Charlie Kirk was created to push Trump.
Yeah.
Someone said they saw a post that Sam Smith put on his YouTube feed. He wrote, "I was buried in the experience." Very symbolic. That's ironic. Someone said he looks like an American Dad character, and his other character created American Dad. Yes, Seth is the creator of Family Guy. I connected that earlier in the live stream. Yes, streamers are the new celebrities and characters of today's time. We've said that multiple times. What's Vaughn's base character? I'll make a separate video on that because I did find his older character. Yes, I brought up the Seth connection to September 11th hoax earlier in the live stream. YG said, "Thank you, Conscious X and Divine Sade, for taking time out to share your knowledge." We appreciate people that tune in and support us on Patreon, especially because that's how we can continue making these videos for you guys. Someone said, "How do you two keep up? I've noticed the characters are getting out of control." We don't keep up anymore. Like, there used to be a time where I used to keep up and expose every little thing that was happening. But nowadays, I'm so detached from the media.
I don't even know the new characters. The reason why
Yeah.
we knew so much in the beginning is because we were just now waking up to this phenomenon and we were like plugged in, whatever. But we don't know any of these new characters unless you guys really come and tell us and something serious has happened or went on. Then that's when we will like lightly investigate it and then be like, we see a picture and we're like, oh, that character is that character, and then we'll tell you guys.
Yeah.
But there's most characters that you guys ask for and they're so minuscule and they just look like a waste of time, and like, and we've seen that they were and they don't even exist anymore. And so, yeah, it's just weird.
Peaches said they watched every single video you guys ever made on YouTube. We appreciate that. Now you can go watch the ones we made on Patreon, if you haven't already. We have over 120 videos on Patreon, by the way.
Little Tony. Who's that?
Can you expose Little Tony?
See, we don't even know who this is. And these names, we're just like, they're still using Lil.
Let's see if we can spot who he is right now. We'll let you know. Already, I think I know who he is.
You know who he looked like? Go to this picture. There's a mixture of characters.
Yeah.
Go to the other picture. Not this one, zoom out. It's like over here.
This one?
No, down.
This
right
one?
there.
I know who
Is
he
this a
is.
joke?
Who do you think he is?
No, what are you gonna say? Because I know.
Tell me.
You think the same thing?
Well, you would have to, I don't know who you're thinking of. I have to find the guy's name because I forgot his name. I exposed him before. The guy I'm thinking of, but who are you thinking
He
of?
from New York? Oh, then we're not on the same page.
Well, who are you saying? Because they're mixed with multiple people.
I need to investigate this more because this character looks like so many other characters.
Look it up and show me to see if I
Okay.
can see it.
Yeah.
Because the one I see, let me pull it up. I forget his name because I don't know these people. Okay, here's his name.
Okay. Because the one I think is from New York.
I exposed this guy.
Oh.
Who were you thinking of? Let me see.
Yeah. But then again, no, he's mixed with so many people.
Yeah, he's mixed with both of them.
Oh, okay, so we were
Yeah, I see that.
Characters.
So
Like, right. But like he looks like a... It's crazy what I'm thinking he looks like. I can't say that. That would have to be its own video. Hold on. This is crazy as
oh yeah, he does a little bit. But
I can't say that because it's like, especially right here. Hold on, this picture.
yeah, I see that.
They're crazy.
But he's mainly him.
Oh yeah.
And I mentioned this guy in that video. So I'm gonna pull up who I'm talking about right now. Because I have a Patreon video on this guy's base character. If this guy's new, he's damage control to that video because...
They do that. They make damage control characters.
Because I think it was last year I exposed this guy's base character on Patreon. So you can mainly see it with this photo. Let me pull it up.
He looks so much like this guy, but it will throw people completely off.
Yeah, he's mixed with him.
And it needs to be explained.
We could show it after, but I want to show this because... Alright, so in this video, I exposed Drake and Prince's base character, which is this Mexican guy. I forgot his name. But you can go watch this video.
Yes, we've already found characters. Not just one character. We found characters of a mixture.
So notice by this thumbnail, you can see this guy in the middle. He looks identical to him, Lil Tony. He's one of their characters, and he's also mixed with other people. But one guy, let me find the part, because they made a smaller character that I mentioned.
Wow, that's crazy.
I highly recommend you guys watch this video if you haven't. There's so many details and so many characters. Okay, here he is.
He has their eye spacing and it's like weird.
Okay, these two people right here. He looks identical.
He was a part of the group that you exposed. It's crazy.
Yeah. His name is John Z. And this guy's name is Cantinflas. So yeah, go watch the video for more information.
Okay, I just realized something really crazy about life. Or not life, about these characters. Do not look at what I said because I realized it goes really deep.
Yeah.
I just realized they are him too. And that explains where the eye spacing is coming from.
That is true.
So yeah, now things get really weird. That'll be its own video.
They make so many characters, especially this group. There's so many.
He's a part of this group. The guy I just showed you.
And I've exposed him before too.
He has their eye spacing. And Drake has that exact same eye spacing. Prince has it. All of them have it. How did this happen?
Someone said he looks like D Savage. I forgot what he looks like. Yeah, he does look like that guy too. Yeah, I saw the PNB Rock thing too. That guy is mixed with a lot of people. He's probably gonna be a death figure because PNB Rock and Prince and Cantinflas are death figures. Mike said they all pose like women in their pictures. Especially Drake's group of characters. Let us know if you have any other questions before we go. It's been a really good live stream. Someone said, I feel like Nicki Minaj is Shaka Khan. I don't know if you did a video already. Yes, Divine has multiple videos on that topic. She has one recently, actually. So this is the first one she made. This is a amazing thumbnail. They look exactly alike. And then this is the recent one she made on this topic. And I recommend you watch this one because she put all the characters that Shaka Khan has in one video. Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, Selena, Shaka Khan are all the same, including more. Shout out to this person that could see it. They said Lil Tony and Prince is spot on. So this guy has been asking this same question every video and every live stream. So I'm just gonna investigate what he's saying, because this guy really wants us to talk about this. He said Anton Daniels is Rick Ross. We're not going to do a video on this because I already have a video on Rick Ross. But yes, I see what you're saying. This guy does look identical to Rick Ross. I recommend you watch my Rick Ross video so you can see the other characters. The first one I made is called they're trying to hide it, but it's called Rick Ross's Kimbo Slice. And then I went deeper and I exposed their base character when he responded to me. So Rick Ross literally commented on my Instagram post exposing him. And I made a video about it and I showed his base character. As you can see right here, he commented on my Instagram post. And this is his base character. But yeah, this guy, Anton Daniels, is another one of his characters. And it's kind of damage control because I feel like this guy didn't even exist when I made that video.
Who is this?
A guy named Anton Daniels.
Oh, that's weird.
And he looks like Rick Ross. Someone said Cardi B looks more like Nicki Minaj every year. Yeah. There's so many bots on this stream. Every time it's like a trendy topic or a death faker, there's always these NPCs. Someone said, who is Comethicine's base character? I remember we had found that.
Oh, we'll make a video on that one.
Yeah. Someone said, can you expose Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad? Harriet Tubman is a character. I mean, they came out and said she was a character. Like, I think they actually admitted that she's a fictional character. But let's see what she looks like. Already? I think I know who she is. And it's crazy who I'm thinking of. So
It should just be a Patreon video.
Yeah.
Because on Patreon, we're starting a series
of immortal characters.
And that's what's been going on already if you see the recent videos on there.
I'm gonna write this down because I just seen who she is.
That's crazy.
This guy's a bot. You're going on timeout.
Who? I can't even. They don't even exist to me.
Someone said, do you do foreign celebrities? Yes, we have multiple videos. Divine mainly has them on her channel. One is about Megan Good is Tim's. And I actually have one on Patreon too. On a Jamaican celebrity. Pop can. Who's Kathy Griffin? Someone said, is Carrot Top Kathy Griffin? I don't know who these people are. I assume you got this from a meme or something. I don't know why this guy looks like Supreme Patty. I don't know if it's just me.
Oh yeah, he does. He has a weird face.
Like fake. They have a fake looking face.
And who are they comparing that to?
Kathy Griffin. I guess she's been going viral because of this photo. She looked like a clown. Like the It clown. Pennywise. I'll close these over here. I got it.
Yeah, choose the ones that you want to post.
Doesn't she look like Pennywise?
Mm-hmm. Is it charging?
Yeah. So to me, she looks like this dude.
Yeah.
Honestly, if I made a video on her, I would say she's him. That's her most identical character. Isaac said he used to watch Anton but got annoyed because he stays boasting like Rick Ross. Well, that's a connection.
They do that a lot with their characters where they're like always bragging.
Yeah,
Something.
all of them. Someone said when they change their look / character and act different, you wouldn't think they are the same, but once you realize they are acting, you can't unsee it. This person asked about Oprah and Whoopi. Divine has videos on them. Oprah is Lauryn Hill. Oprah is Lauryn Hill and Chloe Bailey. Go watch that one. And then the Whoopi Goldberg one always makes me laugh.
Man, those videos are so old. I forgot I did those.
Whoopi Goldberg is 2 Chainz. And here's their base character as well. So go watch that for that one. Isaac said, does Leonard Roberts from Drumline favor the actor that's going to play young Ghost Spence Moore II? I don't know who that is. Yeah, I looked it up and he does look like him. Yeah, YG said it's actually disgusting how long they've been making these characters when you think about it. Yeah, I have videos on Egyptian characters. Someone said, have you figured out who Michael Wright is? I don't know who that is. Oh, yeah. I'll search him up and let's see if you guys can find who he looks like. But I'm thinking of somebody right now. Who is A.G. Lee's base character? I don't know who that is. Yeah, to that person that said Glorilla is not a female, I have a video about that because she's Bow Wow. Damn, I do see Chris Rock. Yeah, I agree with that. He looks a lot like Chris Rock. And other people too.
Who, this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, he reminds me of Joey and Bobby Brown for some reason, especially in the other photo.
This one?
Yep.
Yeah. Is he the guy from Candyman?
I've never watched that stuff.
Because that's who I was thinking of too. Or is it actually him? Yeah, that's who I was thinking of, but I couldn't remember the movie. Yeah, I was thinking about this guy. You know what's weird about this guy though? Who I see when I look at him, and it's crazy. He's Slim 400. Very weird. Wish I would have knew that when I made that video. But yeah, this guy is Slim 400's base character. I could see it instantly. I'm gonna do a live comparison. See how fast we could find these characters?
They look identical.
Yeah. This dude takes weird photos. I noticed some celebrities do that on purpose. But yeah, they look identical.
What? I swear, some people be saying crazy stuff. I've never made a video on Snoop Dogg, so you got the wrong person. Probably Conscious Sex.
Yeah, I have a video on him.
But I don't think you've ever said he was Tony Todd.
No. Hell no. It's called Snoop Dogg Admits He Is Not Human. In this video, I exposed how he's mainly based off a dog. That's why his name is Snoop Dogg. And here's his base character. And I feel like his most identical one though. Well, they are pretty identical. He's also Adrian Brody. I'll make a separate video on that though. But his most obvious one is Chris. What is this guy's name?
What guy?
Chris Bosch. That's his name.
You forgot his name?
He's so irrelevant.
Yeah, I forgot his name.
Snoop has a lot of characters though.
Snoop is a Caucasian older woman. Who?
I do see what you're saying though, because this guy, Chris Bosh, does look like Tony Todd. So I see where you're coming from. I would mainly say Chris Bosh is Tony Todd though. He looks more like him than Snoop Dogg.
If you're bored, go to sleep or something.
Or create something or learn something. Go outside. Go experience something. Well, that's interesting. That person said Wesley Snipes looks like Eddie Murphy. I see it a little bit in some pictures. But Divine has a good live stream about that recently. Because he's mainly, that's who Eddie Murphy's based off of, but his younger characters are Damson and Lil Nas X, and Bruce drop him off. What about Aston Hall? I don't know who that is. How do you guys know about all these people? Oh, we talked about this guy last time. I see why you're asking about him, because he's pushed for no reason. We had exposed who he was on another live stream.
What are we talking about?
This guy named Ashton Hall.
Who talks about this person?
Yeah, I remember someone brought him up. It's probably the same person, so I don't know why you're bringing him up again. But we had exposed who he was in a live stream. I forgot who we said he was. But yeah, you would have to go back to one of our other live streams. Unless one of you guys remember who we said he was. But we've exposed him live before. Yeah, exactly. We've already answered the question about Ashton Hall. All right. It's been a good live stream. Make sure you guys join the Patreon. The link's in the description and in the pinned comment. So many more videos to come on here and live streams. We're going to start doing Patreon live streams like Divine said, where we discuss more information on numerology and star seeds and stuff like that. So we appreciate everybody that's been watching the live streams, but especially people on Patreon, because this is what keeps us making these videos. So if you want us to keep making videos, join the Patreon, and you get access to over 100 videos. You get to DM us, you get a group chat access, and if you join the Enlightenment, you get a numerology reading, and if you join Celestial, you get to book a call with us, and you get all of the ebooks for free. So join right now if you haven't already. And yeah, make sure you guys drop a like on the stream. And like I said, the link to the Patreon is in the description. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. This person said, is it a FaceTime call? No, it's a regular call. So you get to just ask us questions. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys so much for watching and supporting. We have many more videos to come on Patreon. And yeah, make sure you guys drop a like, join the Patreon, and sub to Divine Sade's channel as well. And we'll catch you guys in the next one.